S.W.Frost is now live streaming Helldivers digital scammers counter. So far, morning folks, how are you all?
Your fellow Helldivers rage against the enemy's tyranny. Join them. The struggle for managed democracy continues. We have no time to waste. A worthy choice.
Initiating FTL jump to Super Earth. FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
support weapon.
Their lives were in our hands.
For prosperity!
Tactical asset nearby. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Their lives were in our hands.
Reloading!
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver. Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Illuminate! Dropping a pin. West. I got the terminal. Requesting advanced weaponry. Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting orbital.
Calling down supplies.
It's 180.
Objective located. I'm on it.
Calling down a sentry.
Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated.
Calling in reinforcements. For prosperity.
Objective nearby.
Follow me. Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Have a taste of democracy. Marking location. North.
Objective near your position.
You will never destroy our way of life. Coward.
Requesting orbital.
Throwing supply beacon. Heavy. Just fix this liberty forsaken arm. Reinforcing.
Calling in a hell bomb. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Ready to liberate. Thank you.
Thanks.
Requesting sentry.
Objective
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Dropping a pin. Southwest. 200 meters. Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Liberty save me! Help!
outpost destroyed.
Tagging map. West. 100 meters.
Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters.
Follow me. Going down a vehicle. Pulling down a vehicle.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting sentry. Calling down supply. Calling down a sentry.
Of course I get killed by autocannon.
Sample. Southeast.
Reporting to the front. Thank you. Affirmative. he said! Requesting sentry.
Lie down, lie down.
Deploying sentry.
How'd you like to taste of freedom? Giving you. Follow me. Marking location.
Bunker.
Northwest
Hello.
farm.
Mr. Blue.
Follow me. Sample. I'm on it. Reloading!
Calling down a sentry.
Dropping it in. Northwest. Far.
Calling in extraction.
Affirmative.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Mother cock.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
In the sky!
Requesting orbital.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Falcon 1 arriving at coordinates.
Move it.
Falcon 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Have a taste of democracy!
Get some! Get some! Falcon 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Zero reinforcements. Get inside!
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You have maintained our way of life.
Liberty is victorious.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Wait a minute.
Coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Hellpod launch initiated.
Defend near Tokyo.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Throwing supply beacon.
Dropping a pin. Northeast, 200 meters.
Tagging map. West, 100 meters.
Outpost cleared.
Follow me.
Tagging map. East, 200 meters.
Compromise sector.
Requesting vehicle.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Requesting orbital.
Tagging location. Objective located. Southwest. I got the terminal.
objective near your position.
Tagging map, northwest, 200 meters.
For prosperity! Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
My life for Super Earth.
Dropping a pin, southwest, 200 meters.
I don't know if this is doable. There is like 3 walkers and 2 ferries.
Sending in a vehicle. Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry. Calling in reinforcements. Sending out an SOS. Democracy has landed.
Mission map updated.
Heavy north. Close.
200 meters. Calling down a support weapon.
Mag's empty. Reinforcing. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Follow me. Thank you.
Thanks! Let's move it this way! No, this way!
Calling down a sentry.
5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver. Extraction shuttle inbound. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Affirmative. Freedom. Calling. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a support weapon.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
never sleeps! Liberty, save me! Illuminate, southeast.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Mag's empty.
Get some! Get some!
Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Illuminate, southwest. Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down supplies. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Get some! Get some! Peace! Requesting sentry. Marking extraction point. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another sweeping victory for Super Earth.
It's a good day when we lose so few Helldivers.
Oh,
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Helipod launch initiated.
We shall fight in the streets. We shall fight on the sidewalks. We shall fight in the
Support weapon inbound. Calling down a vehicle. Throwing supply beacon. Deploying SOS beacon. Dropping a pin. Calling down a vehicle. Follow me.
Requesting sentry.
Orbital inbound.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Tagging map. Northeast. 50 meters.
Helldiver! Calling in reinforcements!
Their lives were in ours.
Freedom forever!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Requesting sentry.
Tagging map. East. 100 meters. Illuminate. East. Calling down a sentry! Request.
Calling down a sentry.
Suicide. This is great.
Reinforcing.
Requesting sentry.
Point me to the enemy. Follow me!
Requesting orbital.
Reinforcing! Illuminate east. Illuminate east. Have a taste of them. Affirmative.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 100 meters.
Requesting air support.
Orbital
supplies.
Democracy protects!
Tagging map. Southeast. 200 meters.
Illuminous west. One life for Super Earth! No.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a Reinforcing! Throwing supply beacon! Requesting advanced weaponry! Requesting fortifications!
Backpack inbound.
Injury? What injury?
Calling down a sentry.
Dropping a pin. Southwest.
Our
200
citizens
meters.
depend on you for their safety.
Sending
More
an eagle.
citizens. There are no more citizens.
Calling down a sentry.
Tagging map. West. 100 meters.
Requesting air support. Testing orbital.
Follow me!
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Reinforcing.
Calling down a vehicle. Dropping a pin. East. 200 meters.
Sending in an eagle.
Tagging map. Southeast. 300
Requesting air support. Orbital inbound. Calling in reinforcements.
Reinforcement budget running low.
Yeah, that ship, that's the last one. I read it.
You have ignited the torches of liberty. Extraction awaits.
Tagging map. West. 100 meters.
Pelican 1 approaching signal inbound.
I'll try to get out alive, people. We need you.
Orbital inbound.
Boss, north.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Thank you. Extraction point. Cancel that. New location. South.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Marking extraction point.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You have maintained our way of life.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. A triumphant return.
Allied destroyer.
I'm in.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Innocents perish with every wasted second. We must act. Resources for freedom's expansion. The struggle for managed democracy continues. We have no time to waste.
Truly.
Liquid magic. cannot build here. This will not work. I cannot build here. abyssal sight, every heartbeat echoes. Whispers of blood.
Hate to break it to you, but your days are numbered. Let's hear that crunch! Let's hear the crunch! Let's hear that crunch! Let's hear that crunch! I'll just handle you myself. Think I broke something?
I feel stronger. I will assert my will.
Lilami. Welcome to my channel.
Well, Amy, I guess, and hello. Hello, what's up? Wait a minute. That's pretty sufficient. No. Amber glass. The fuck.
Essence of blood. Ah, a sorcerer's brew.
Every move is calculated.
Bend and break.
This is giving me idea. You are not fit for the forge.
Dive with the circle. Crushing precision. Dive. Bend and break.
Let me make an adjustment.
Succumb to the will of the serpent queen.
Vai,
Secrets of the sanguine world, speak to me. giving me ideas. Succumb to the will of the Serpent Queen.
Crashing precision. Die for the Serpent Queen.
Jebote, bog, znači koliko health skide. Nevjerovatno.
Bend to my will. Megara will not tolerate distractions. Die, Serpent Queen.
Macaque.
Let me make an adjustment. You are not fit for the Forge. Bend and break. Every move calculated.
Crushing precision. Die for the Serpent Queen.
This is giving me ideas.
Succumb to the will of the Serpent Queen. Bend and break. Die. Crashing precision.
My weapons are adaptable. Are you? My weapons are perfect. For you. Let me make an adjustment.
Ne, jebem ti, mater. Honest.
Test your weapons on
Exp Collector. Welcome to my channel. QQ Pokajnitoza.
your weapon. For you. My weapon. Let me see your weapon. This is giving me you are not fit for before. Test your weapon. Your weapons are no match for mine. Succumb to the will of the serpent queen. Bend and break. This is giving me no weakness. Succumb to the will of the serpent queen. Bend and break. Every move is calculated. Let me make an adjustment. You are not fit for the force. When one never fails, my weapons are firm. Let me see your weapon. Your weapon. Succumb to the will of the serpent queen. me make an adjustment. You are not fit to be forged. Every move is calculated.
Mam i słoiczek i czaj.
Bend to my will.
Uff.
Will killing you bring me satisfaction? Let me make an adjustment. You are not fit for before. Bend and break. When one method fails, try it. My weapons are perfect.
Jebat ću ti majku nenormalnu. Mrš!
New knowledge acquired.
Da, slažem se.
Dobro jutro.
Vi kako ste?
Mnogo dobro, a vi?
Pa kako kaže, sila Boga ne moli.
Počuj, Gredi Novački da jede govno opet za Helldivers.
Pa pusti ga, to mu je...
Pa to mu je fetiš, vidim ja.
I jest. A počet ćemo da im napadamo voice sobu kad igraju
Obavezno, ili ja?
Handshodan.
Znači isto pre neki dan uđem, brate, Toma i on. Čuti, samo malo, Čuti, samo tiše, samo. I ja rekao, on ti jebite sodo ja. Izađe mi sobe. Šu, brate, i čuti mi, evo.
Nevjerovatni ljudi.
Ajde da navučemo nesrećnog kučkinog sina na tanak led. Ajde, ili ja
pa
prebacimo se u general.
A ne znam šta da
samo u general, u casual chat.
Of course.
Ajde. Sad će... To je to.
Dobro večer.
I to je bilo to. Jele?
Jel vidiš?
A nije bilo teško, priznam.
Idi bre, brat. Pa koliko smo zabacili, Ilija. Ali koliko smo zabacili, čoveč. Odmah.
Da, upecali smo ga instant.
Vate ga za brkove.
Da.
Signalizaciju kad se pojavi.
I signalizaciju.
Jeste, ima doušnik.
Imam ovog evidentičara iz Lovčevca što mi javio.
Ima špijona tu dežurnog.
Evidentičar.
Kaži mi, Borise, kaži mi za Ilija, kad danas radi, da li je slobodan i kako je narednih dana sa slobodnim vremenom? Ajde, molim te, pa
idi pitaj ga.
Faksom ili na mailu bacite mi.
Idi pitaj ga za raspored.
To me sad zanima baš. Danas kako stoji Ilija s vremenom i... eto. I šta ima tamo novo po lošu. I pitaj ga isto šta je igrao Ilija juče, to me sad zanima. Jel Ilija mi priča jednu stvar, ali ima hoće kaže Milan da je nešto stvari drugo igrao. Vi ste se jebavati, ali to je...
Stavim sve na kućicu. Da?
Čekaj, lud brate, on zna tačno kad si ono slobodan.
Pa znam, zato ja ne spominjem ništa na kanalu.
To je ponavljeno samo.
To je zabrinjavajući. Ja sam rekao da je gej.
Ako nije, brate, bolesno, brate.
Znaš, javi nam, jedu. Ma imamo jedna Slavku i Nenad, debatu.
There's no space in my
inventory. Zna Milan.
Brate, jebem.
Mhm.
Ilija, sve mi jasno, brate, sad.
Da. Ti kad me pitaš kad si slobodan, ja ti kažem, neću ti kažem, vidi sam.
Neću da ti kažem, imaš poruku. Strašno. I Ilija šta je pogodio?
O, nemam pojma. Očigledno je.
Pa nije mogu da
Au.
Ne, starac kaže, evo sedimo, odmaramo, pauza. Rekao, već ste se umorili od 6, jebi ga uopće.
Od kafe, pa da sad odmore od kafe malo.
Mora kapa da stvari.
To je što sad popiješ kafu i ideš odmah da radiš, ne ide to tako. Kafica, pa poslije doručakiš malo, pa posle opet jedna kafica, pa kući.
Onda stave raspored i onda se umre za ručak i onda kad se najedu, onda moraju da se uživaju do pola 2. To spanje.
Pazi, Iliju.
Neće to dugo tako.
On sad te kredu se
Borise, koliko se kreću ove Xboxovi, ovi X serije, novi naravno.
Ne, pošto se najbolje
Polar Xi. Welcome to my channel. Beest Virus on streambu.com remove the space at golf.
Kraj godine ti jedan Xbox, brate. Zbog ove pretplate ništa više. Ne vredi, brate. Skup je to sport. Za sad mi je skup sport, zašto ti to pričam? Planiram na jedno kola da kupim. A moram da uzim, ne znam šta da uzim, brate, za meni je ovo moju dušu. Neki golfić, polo, taj fazon, razumeš? Nikakve mašine, ludila i to. Trebaju mi kola, brate. Sve mi omotorili, starci i kurac.
Kad bi ti nešto rekao, rekli biste da sam pristrasan i da navijam, ali nisam samo realno radio.
Da.
U Srbiji postoji neko uverenje da se auto plati. Nemaju nikakvu cenu. Bukvalno nikakvu cenu nemaju u Srbiji. Možeš tako dobar auto da kupiš za smešni plati.
Ček, imam poziv, joj. Danas moram na groblje posle, joooo.
Ja sam ti moju 159-ku kupio pred 4 godine za 2000 €.
Ja tako planiram, Boris, da dam 2-3 soma maksimalno za kola, neću da...
Auto bio prešao 130.000 km, to iz fabrike izgleda. Nema auto je to stanje, evo ja sam išao svugdje, Slovenija, Crna Gora, Turska, Grčka, s tim brate, jer ide kod.
Ja svi to gledam negdje nešto, zašto lako i za održavanje i...
Super jeftino, zašto nemaju treba, ljudi ne pokude da se kvari.
Naravno, ma imao sam, brate, auto 20 godina, znam sve. Znam sve, ti što srali isto i za Francuze, mene je recimo Megan služio fenomenalno, ja kažem. Ništa možda imao problema, ne znam kojih, znaš. Ono kad te hoće ti na koje hoće škola, brate, kad hoćeš da imaš probleme, jebi ga, kad ti zapadneš, što bi se rekao.
Moj rođac je kupio tuningovan Renault Clio, Znači, izgledao je ko sam snovan, znaš što znači, ono, znaš šta je tuningovan, kad ga urade, evo,
Pa ja sam uzeo...
naprave uz portaka, jebi ga, znaš.
Ja sam kupio tako tuningovan, brate, Polo, Volkswagen, ludilo.
Kupio ga u top stanju i on je to računao da je to, i onda posle godinu i po dana to više nije bio taj auto, pošto nije ništa nije menio ulje, ništa. Znači, auto
kurac,
potrali u servis, umalo ga složi.
Ne može to tako, brate, mora u tečnost da se menju redovno. Pa čovek, brate, pa ono, ajde sad, teri ceo dan bez vode. Hoćeš kurac.
Ja svako večer spremim 5 flaški piva u frižideri, promenim.
To ti pričam, brate, i menjaš ulje odmah ujutru.
Ja ga uveče promenim i onda ujutru ispišem staro, znaš.
Pa to ti kažem, ujutru se menja. Pišeš staro i ubacuje se novo. Taj fazon. Ma i kajševi, te sitnice, sve to, brate, treba, brate. Na servise pregledaš sve. Aha, tečnost za ovo, tečnost. Za sve, brate. Za ABS, za hidraulike, za sve isprovjeravaš.
Ja rekao, ajde uveče, u ponoć nema kuće, da odem do pumpe i da odem iz zgrade, sednem u auto, stisnem klaksu i propadnem u papac.
Ujevo. Vidi bro, kurac. Pa dobro, čuti, pogledao te Bog, brate, zamisli da ti se to desilo u vožnji.
Slušaj sad ovo. Ja uzeo rent-a-car ujutru i tako smo otišli i zovem autom servis. I oni kažu ima cilindar, 2 cilindra ima za kvačilo, jedan iza papučice, jedan unutra motora.
Pa da.
Kaže, vjerojatno ti je rično, jedan od ta dva. Kaže, on koristi ulje iz iste posude kao i ulje za košnice, kaže, ako je to, kaže, vjerojatno ti je prazna posuda za...
brate.
Kaže, napuni ulje za košnice do vrha, samo da stigneš u servis. I kaže, pumpaj, uzmi rukom papučicu i pumpaj dok se napumpa. Ja to uradim i 2-3 puta mi još propadala i ostala.
I must make room for you to carry that.
Svi nedelja vozio auto prvi, ja odem svi nedelja u servis, i ovi bili pošteni, kaže, pazi sad ovo. I mogli su da mi menjaju, da mi uzmi pare, kaže, auto i kompjuter će se početi, na to će se pokrute za 0,1 mm.
My bags are filled.
Dobro.
On automatski povuče 10,5 iz ove posude za košnice, povuče i ubaci u sistem košnice. I da vlasnički bilo na minimumu, i kad je povukao tih 10,5, kaže, ostao već ulje, znaš. I kako je propalo. I kaže, kako si ti izletirao, kako si dopunio i izletirao 2-3 puta, ono da pumpo, kaže, to se vratilo u normalu i nisu mi ništa naplatili.
Evo, brate, pošteni ljudi.
Ja mislio da mi crkva plati.
Ma mogli su da te kariju samo tako, bez problema.
Evo ti drugo plaćalo na kjedu, ja bih probao to. Ukolom bi probuto priču da je tako plaćalo.
Ma jasna stvar, pa jebi ga, pa šta ćeš? To ti je, brate, jebi ga, popravili majstore, to ti taj fazon, nemaš druge. I to ti je to.
Uglavnom, kaže, samo zato što, kaže, vjerojatno nisi obratio pažnju na nivo tečnosti za kočnice i onda kad je povukao, a taj cilindar za svatko je najviši, ostao bez tečnosti.
Da. Jebi ga, dešava se.
Propali se.
Polako, ne žurim ništa, kažem ti, gledat ću izdaći Bog ove godine da ih kupim ako naleti nešto.
Ja, sad idem u pola 12 da registrujem auto.
Koliko pare ti izlazi? 50.000, pa koju mašinu ti imaš jebote? Mislim, jačina.
2000 kubika 200 konja.
Kurac,
ali nije auto.
Ma dobro, ti znaš najbolje, brate, to je ujeda.
To je stisnuto je, zna naš Milanče, jevi ga, koji se kurči da vozi motor 300 na sat, znaš. Više on sa mnom do Sombora ne pravi društvo, da nisu neki papire da vadi. I izašli na autoput i ja nasviram auto 200 km. A Milanče. Dobro, Gardi, dobro je. Ajde, dobro, stani, dobro. Ajde, Milana, jebote, ovo je 4 tona. Pustiš se da voziš motor 300.
Ja, on vozi. To je plan.
Da sediš i uživaš. Dobro, nema ovo potrebe da govorimo, znaš.
Kaj je, vidim.
Znaš kako pusao kad sam ga nasvirao.
Jeste, bori se, brate, ali mnogo pare registracija, mamu mu jebem. Pa generalno je mnogo pare registracija, ne konkretno za tvoje kola. Generalno je mnogo velika registracija. Gledam ove klasike, brate, ovi moji ortaci, drugari, šefovi, kolege. Nema, tu je 30.000 pa na gore, znaš, taj fazon. Nema, brate, od 250 evrića pa na gore su ti registracije, pa ti jebi kako znaš. Jebi ga. Svaki mesec ti, znači, na to odlazi 20 evra, na registraciju, svaki mesec. Da. To ti je ono minimalnije. Ono, basic.
Basic paket.
Ili ja, essential pretplata za kola, 20 evra mesečno.
Jes, kao za PlayStation.
Bukvalno. Jebi ga, to ti je. Velik poreznik, ali jebi mu mater, ne možeš bez njega. Mislim, možeš, ali...
Teško.
Ja lično mogu. Ali jebi ga, dolazi vreme kad neću moći ja, zbog mojih roditelja, zbog familije i tako dalje. Nešto mi od Keva treba stand da mi radi sad sljedeći mjesec, ja kola nemam.
Te čuješ?
Razumeš?
Evo, došao šapa.
Šapa? Šapo! Javi se!
To je.
Šta je nervozna ženo, jebem ti mater. Nervozna...
Kao vrata, brate, kad ne podmažeš.
Možda je gladno.
Aki dušo. Aki je mala. Kako mi lezi u krilu, ko prav. Samo da je tu da smeta, malo ljubomora, sreća.
Minion.
Da.
Čekaj, ti da ideš da pišaš napolje, jel? Možda idemo da pišaš.
Ili je to, brate, sud za presovanje čvaraka, čoveče, duvan čvarci, šta?
Jest. Samo ste izjebao, ali ja sam radio sa čovjekom koji je pravio to, duvan čvarke.
To je dobra stvar, ti zove.
Kako nije, brate?
To ti je išao ko lud. Idu kupovali. Komosi.
Borise, sad ću da ti kažem nešto, ja to nisam verovao. Svi kad smo bili pre klinci, kad sam ja bio kao klinac na svinjopolju i bilo je tu za slaninu i sve. Brate, Dušici, ove moje Dušici Ćale, klali svinju, brate, 200 kila. Jel mi veruješ, Ilija, da nije bilo za 5 kila, brate? Za 5 kila nije bilo čvaraka, krv ti jebe.
Pa, verujem da ima masnih praseta.
Ovdje nije, hoću ti kažem, onda kad se razmisliš, pa nije, brate, ni čudo što je kilo toliko. Kad ti od 200 kila, razumeš, ne možeš da izvučeš, ne znam ni ja. I onda naravno će ti naplati kilo tih čvaraka kao da je zlato, jebi. Ne znam.
To se isplati onim klanicama, znaš. Oni imaju sirovinu, da kažem.
Taki, hoćemo napolje. Hoćemo da idemo da pišaš. Ajde, kači da se ispišaš. Idemo da pišaš.
Popušali smo slavu. Imam još jedan grad.
To znam, sinoć sam upao s Dexterom. Posle posla sam upao,
Džaba smo skupljali bakar. Nismo, rekao sam ti ja sam u pravu u suštini.
Dextera kad sam vidio na bube, ja sam teo da umrem. Šta bre radiš, bre, rekao to čovječ?
Šta radiš tu?
Šta rekao radiš, bre?
Jesi rekao marš na front. Za šta pare?
Te u dupe, te jebem, zašto skupljaš pare?
Kad ti ne bude.
Polazi i ništa, izvučem ga i ja ne mogu, brate, ja sam mrtav, umoran. Polazi vamo na iluminate. Igra čovjek bube, jebote.
Nije on jedini.
Pa ne, kapiram, pa dosadilo ba te uđeš, upališ
Njemu
Helldivers i
je.
samo naš.
Njemu je dosadilo, znam.
I onda ajde kao na ovdje meni, ajde, se meni radi što hoćeš, igramo što hoćeš, partiju 2 idemo da spavamo. Tako je bilo. Pa do 1 smo igrali, brate, do 1, pola 2 ujutru. Ja, brate, idem, ja ću ujutru da upalim pa će pikamo, dobro, dobro, rekao Bengi, ajde. Danas bi trebalo da se oparim.
Spara.
Pa da, puštaju mi lovu, trebali bi da... Platu da mi puste. Drugi deo. Odmah. Ma, pa da će Bog, ako dobro izađem, vjerovatno i hoće.
Ej, kakva je ona The Last of Us?
Idi bre, brate, nemoj to više da me pitaš uopšte u životu.
To valja film, a?
Molim?
Pomalo, pomalo.
Nemamo pare, molim?
To valja čemu, alo?
Radnici ništa nemaju pečat.
Ti normalan bre, šta pričaš čoveče? Ti drogiraš bre, bori se, pod stare dane, šta? Se navuko na tablete, šta? To je jeftina droga, jebi ga, ali nemoj to, brate, pusti to u kurec. Odlična igra, Borise, odlična.
Ali samo prideo.
Ma dobar je i drugi, Ilija, pusti
odlično.
Priču, ajde,
s onim
dobar je,
gej
brate.
ženama.
Pa dobro, brate, igra je vrh,
Da,
priča je
za povraćanje. Ona ima devojku, ali njih dve imaju dečka koji je oplodio ovu i onda su njih troje u nekom magičnom ljubavnom trouglu. Joel, dok je ti jedino bilo bitno u suštini u prvom delu, je mrtav u startu. Imaš onu bodybuilderku koja je ono...
Dobro, Ilija, dobro, majku mu Boži.
Ne želim više. Stao sam.
Čuti.
Stao sam.
On je igrao.
Neće ni igrati.
Generalno Boris se igra i vrh. Eto.
Vrhići. Da. Što ga lažeš?
Dobra igra. Baš mi je toliko jača dvojka bila u smislu akcije i gameplaya, jebo priču, naravno, slažemo se tu ja i ti 100%, ali...
Nisam pričao, nisam pričao o gameplayu, to ti brkaš babi žabe.
Ja ti pričam o gameplayu.
Ja sam pričao...
Make, kako se uradili dobro. Ma, veruj mi, brate. Veruj mi, bre. Pa, za takav tip igara u tom žanru, te vrste, to je to. Ništa ja nisam očekivao, ne znam šta više od toga. Moja dušica je luda kao struje, jebo. Ej, ako se ne žuriš, kaže, sačekaj mene. Gde se žurim, ne znam, gde se nalazim u 2 ujutru sam lego, jebo. Jewel storage. Frostović otvara zlataru. Zlatara kod Frostovića. Otvaraš zlataru.
Ne. Gledam od ovih kletvi, šta valja?
The fine collection of curses.
Možeš da... ovo radiš. Tukao sam se sa onim kretenom malo pred bossa. Mogu da radim ovo.
Da se telepromptuješ?
Ne. To sam stukao jednu domino mamu. Radi toga.
Blood magic. Well of blood. Ali pazi što ima ogrtač. Kuku... Bad
Treba mi
ass.
Ember Glass. Ovaj sam našao do duše. Ovaj nisam kraftao, baš sam ga našao. Neko mi ga nasumično bacio. Evo zelena povraćka.
Dexter nam je još danas na odmoru i to je to. Gotovo. Škarica.
Što je Ronija?
Pa Ronić je on, ali ne toliko kureć. A meni tek sleduje ili je odmor. Oho. Još me šef pita kako mi odgovara kad ću. Rekao ne znam, bit ćete...
Blagovremeno obavešteni.
Baš to.
Blagovremeno.
Tako da gledamo, neću odmah sad od starta, od 10. 15. da uzmem. Tamo negdje do kraja mjeseca, blizu do kraja mjeseca i ćao. Ma pola mjeseca sam, brate, ja na odmor, voli me kurac. Subota, nedelja sam slobodan ceo mjesec, znači tipa subota, nedelja, pa onda uzem odmor, ako imam 10 dana trebalo bi. To ti 5 dana, pa opet 2 dana slobodno, pa tačno bi od 10 dana napravio 16. Bukvalno. Ne remetim nikog, nisam u smeni, taj mjesec sam sve upravo. Molim lepo. Uzmem si lepo i ćao, sine. Sedim kući, boli me kurac. Imam tek nov odmor, imam prvi deo, mogu da biram pa ću. Šta me briga. I onda samo jak gaming. Razmišljao sam se tad da kupim, da doplatim za ekstra ovu pretplatu, jer u katalogu imam novu God of War koji nisam odigrao. Imam onaj Prince of Persia The Lost Crown, isto je dobra Metroidvania igra. Ima par naslova koji su okej da se odigraju.
Što mi se od ovoga ne sviđa. Ovo je dobar.
Ne mogu si ispravim lebo ti jebem.
I... gdje mi je 100 za magiju?
Al bruj Intermec za ovaj armor što su ubacili one pasive. Aj, dobro, brate.
Što pa... to je nekakva nagrada za igrače koji su bili predani, da kažem. Ovo je za škart. Dobro, znači... Increase damage 20% i increase lifetime by 35%. I ovo je dobro. Pa se možda pitaš šta radim ili ne pitaš ništa.
Gledam, samo gledam.
Ovo je još bolje.
Craftuješ verovatno neke...
Gemove.
Džemove. Upgradeuješ ih i kombinuješ ih da bi dobio bolje džemove.
Džemovi. Jer ti sad drago što smo upravili svemirsku stanicu?
Mnogo.
Jer ti sve nešto toplo oko srca?
Jeste.
Dobro, ovo će biti dosta.
Šta ti ovaj, prvi deo valja, a?
Ekstra je, ekstra. Prvi deo ubija, brate.
Ubiva.
Ubiva. Ma ekstra, pogotovo za stream ti je vrh. Mnogo ljudi voli tu igru. Priča, ma sve bre, sve. Top.
To je apsolutno sjajno.
Pa i jeste sjajno. Odigri malo da vidiš šta je. Borise, da nisu kojim slučajem na Xbox pretplati davali onaj Space Marine 2, ne? Aj baci oko, zanima. Ako jesu, oni stvarno su carevi, brate, svakim čas. Da li je Benog Indijanu, koji je ovdje u base gameu 79 funti? Da. Oblivion je 50 funti. Sve to vamo imaš day one, mislim, jebote. Zbog toga bi samo ja ili ja uzeo Xbox, da imam tu jebenu pretplatu, da mogu da igram naslov i da ne kupujem igre uopšte. Kapiraš? Bolje dam 400-500 evra, brate, da kupim konzolu i da dam 100-120, koliko je za godinu dana pretplata i uboli me kurac. Ovo ovako ja svaki mjesec uzem neki naslov, razumeš? Dobro, većinu igram, ali dosta igara nisam ni naš. Samo kupim i stoji mi. Pa to ti pričam. Evo recimo Titanfall 2, upalio sam ja, igrao sam par sati, ali ono, treba da završim. Igra je fenomenalna, im radi mu i multiplayer, sve. Ma brdo takvih naslova ima.
Slavko?
Da?
Ja sam 2018 igrao taj Titanfall 2 multiplayer. Kako je dobar multiplayer.
Jeste, ma dan danas je živ, tome se radi, čoveče.
Vidi, flipovao sam moram našiti, ne, to je pre 7 godina na YouTube. Likove sa onim grappling hookom, nabodem ih sa kukom kroz grudi i onda ga navučem i pesticom ga dovršim. Znaš koje kilove sam pravio u multiju?
Ma ludilo bre, dobra igra bre, čoveče. Ali brdo imam takvih igara, čoveče, koje ne igram, razumeš? Evo Battlefieldove imam sve skoro, ne igram. Call of Duty imam dosta, ne igram. Kako bi ti rekao, evo ovaj Hunt koji igrate vi svaki jebeni dan, imam, ne igram.
Imam, ali ne dam.
To ti pričam, jebi ga i onda kao...
Imam, ali ne dam.
Koga jebe, ono... Imam pretplatu da igram barem te single player, razumeš naslove. Pričam baš ili, nisi bio tu. Sad kad budem išao na odmor možda uzim upgrade za ovaj ekstra katalog, jer ima nov God of War tu, razumeš? To bi recimo odigrao dok sam na odmoru, razumeš? Zašto da kupujem naslov, odigram ga, razumeš? On će onako svakako za godinu da bude smešna neka cifra, razumeš?
Koji te interesuje ovo smeće, Warhammer?
Space Marine 2, brate.
Mislim da ima Dark Tide i neki Rogue Trader, to ima.
Ne, dobro, to me ne interesuje. Mislim, imam Dark Tide, Rogue Trader, neću da igram tu. Znači, Space Marine... Koliko je sad Space Marine kod vas u storu, tamo na Xbox Store?
tu je skupo to sad izgleda.
Koliko, brate?
A, dolazi na Game Pass, evo, piše coming to Game Pass.
Eto ti, to ti pričam, brate.
Master Crafted Edition, taj dolazi, za 12 dana je na Game Pass.
Ne znam ni šta je Master Crafted Edition, brate.
Pa neka edicija.
Ja znam, brate, samo da imaš base game, imaš gold ediciju za Space Marine, znači gold edition, i imaš Ultramarine edition.
Ovo je Master Crafted Edition.
Ta ne postoji, ali dobro, verovatno možda nešto, ne znam.
Kažem da piše da postoji, šta sad ti meni kažeš?
Svašta.
Kako sad da postoji, ne postoji, sad ne postoji,
A baci oko ako me ne vara mozak moj 26. ili 29. april. Nije bitno, baci oko na Gears of War Reloaded ediciju kad izlazi. Avgust, ne april, avgust. Tad izlazi i za Sony.
Sony i Sony.
A dobro, brate, tebi je glupa, meni nije, ja sam odigrao treći deo dok sam imao Xbox.
Probao sam u više navrata, ali ne vredi.
Pa dobro, okej, meni je okej.
Gears of War.
To, Reloaded Edition, to je neka, jel te, koja je sad u najavi da treba da... za nekih 2 mjeseca da izađe. Znam, brate, Reloaded.
Gears of smeće, Jesse jebo majku, coming soon, coming soon. Coming soon. Coming to Game Pass.
No dobro. Ispad Ilija jači Game Pass, brate.
Trenutno imam najavljeno ovako Spray Paint, Crypt Custodian, Symphonia Warhammer, The Alter, Lost in Random, The Eternal Die, Rematch Football, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater i Wu Chang neki polen.
O dobro, ništa special, dobro.
Koliko ima najavljeno da ti kažem?
Dobro je, lep izbor.
Da ti ne slažem, evo sad to imam najavljeno. Da ću da ti kažem.
Ma, Xbox Game Pass jače, bre, to mi se sviđa što ima neke vrhunske naslove Day One, to je stvarno okej. A ovi pa s druge strane imaju, jebi ga, ekskluzive koje nema niko drugi.
Kao PlayStation?
Ma da, imaju, brate,
zato što tresnu pare na sto i kažu, ne znam, kupili su pa od From Softa koji je napravio one Souls igre. Uzeli su onaj
ma pokupovali su sve
Bloodborne i rekli samo kao u fazonu ova igra pripada nama i to je to. Oni su rekli ok, to je vaše.
Znači da uzem,
ko sjebi?
brate PlayStation 4, u neću više moju.
Nema, Borise, nemoj da se zanosiš sa četvorkom uopšte, brate. Ako hoćeš stvarno pravu priču, peticu uzmi.
Ne, slušaj. Hajde da uzmem četvorku i da udarim stream Bloodborne special za Snake-a.
Dobro, Bloodborne možeš na četvorci bez problema.
A dobro, džaba, ti to streamaš sad i mene, igra je teška. To ću ti reći startu. Za nekog ko ne zna.
Imam i ja, brate, isto. Eto, by the way. Imam je.
I to ne mislim da kažem da ti ne znaš da igraš, nego ako izgineš nekih 5-6 puta, sve one boce koje koristiš za heal, moraš da ne dobiješ ih automatski, nego moraš da ih kupiš u prodavnici. Sa parama iz igre, ne plaćaš fizičkim novce, nego moraš da ideš okolo i da farmaš, skupljaš od monstera boce, da bi mogu uopšte da dobiješ boss.
Da igram 15 minuta, ja tu ništa nisam poklatao.
Pa. Nema šta ni da se shvati, igra se dešava u... Igra je...
Nema šta da radim, znači onaj prvi zmaj me izupropasti, i to mi pojavi u manku, na onim ludanjama što mi izlaze iz zemlje, nemam pojma isto šta treba, koja, šta tu nešto vrište, neki duhovi jebote.
Vrištu. Ne kaže se vrište, vrištu.
Vrištu kod je sestru ženu.
Mnogo mi je nešto komplikovano na Joypadu, znači ja to idem preko
To
pijam.
stoji.
To je zato što si mator čovjek, Borise.
Ali je dobra osoba.
Deda, to je star čovjek, jeboga ti. Deda, to je star čovjek. Ilija, da regrutujemo mi Borisa u Helldiverima, da vidi
Kako se bori za demokratiju.
kako se bori za demokratiju, a ne da igra ove pederske igre, razumeš? Da će da dobije
Doom.
dnevni slom i
Doom igraju Fencer.
hitna, brate, na gajbu i ostalo, razumeš? Nešto ovako.
Doom kad obrneš ostaviš i to je to. Prešao sam Doom. To je to. Odlično. Pa ne.
Šta ga boli kurac kad ga dobili free, brate?
Pa dobro, dobili su ga free,
kurac.
eto.
Pa dobro.
Kao film,
pa dobro.
to mogu da opišem u fazonu filma. Pogledaš film, ostaviš i kao ok, vidio sam film. Super.
Pa nije tako, ti se u ovom filmu mlatiš.
Tučeš se,
I u prethodnom filmu si se mlatio. Ono. Kod mene to sve
Adriana, uspeo sam!
Čekaj, dakle to.
Pa bre, Rocky, brate.
A, to je neka parodija.
Adrian, I did it!
Uspao sam.
Uspao sam, Adriana. Uspao sam. O, slepo sam.
To je najjače.
O, slepo sam. Ako bude bilo lepog keša danas, Space Marine će izgleda da padne za slobodu.
For freedom and democracy.
O dobro. Malo ću da ga istreamujem. O jebi ga na 40% i kapiram, okej, hajde. Pazi ga sanduk što je dobro.
Sanduče jede dijamante, vidiš.
Dinu? Pričao sam ti za Dinu.
To je ona strategija. Užas.
Malo
Bolje igraj...
što sam tebi ili isto.
Bolje igraj Konana. Ako ćeš da igraš igru na taj fazon. Jedino što je...
Radiš?
Hladan uništitelj.
Ide da objasni.
Uništitelj?
Pa destroyer, brate. Uništitelj.
Majka mi jutro spremila dočku 15 do 6.
Vidio šta se juče napisao, jebote, juče niko živo ne nalazi, daj radi Muna bar nešto.
Hej, može to da se sredi ako hoćeš.
Nemoj.
Samo da... Mogu da tagujem ja tu tvoju objavu, Nenad čovjek.
Nenad jedno dočku, da ga vrati jeben do dupe.
Pa te znam, ti se tripuješ bre, nisi normalan. Šta neki, ja ni ne znam lika uopšte. Piše, dobro brate, samo ga mutuješ i ne vidiš ga ništa šta ti piše i šta sere generalno.
Ko? Romun?
Ma da bre, ali ovo izrazio je želju se vrati, kažem, kanal.
Da.
Kaže, jeste Jovanović upravo si, isto sam govno od čoveka, da bome, on je fin dečko, želo bi da se vrati. Ja gledam da li je moguće, šta je ovo za... Vidiš da će neki pljusak napolje, jebe u materi.
To da prestane pljusak, da pada 30 dana.
Xbox Game Pass.
Da, Mame pas.
Igrački pas.
To je igrački pas. X kutija igrački pas.
Ili kjer.
Kjer, dobre.
Igrački kjer.
Kjer za igranje. Ma neki kjer za igranje.
Ima tu neki kjer.
Tako to ti je najbolja priča, lepo imaš obe konzole i ja u pičku materiju, ne kupuješ igre ništa. Platiš im pretplate i brate igraš, šta ljudi nude, izvolite igraš, i igraš, i igraš i u kurac. Ne, ozbiljno ti kažem. Ovo brate izađe dobar naslov, 40-50 evrića, 60 što kaže Ilija, to je normalno full price ono. Op, znaš za igru koju ćeš da igraš, op, još jedan, op, eto ti brate. Dva naslova, 100 evra i malo jače.
Dobar dodatak.
Nije da je dobar, nego je fenomenalan. Pa nije sad, izašla je odavno, izašla je za tebe od sad, a dvojka je stara priča.
Sad smo mi, nasi i nikovi.
Jeste vi spisijaši, vi ste seronje teške.
Sad smo nasi i nikovi, jel?
Pa brate za Steam platformu. Ponudili on.
To je samo za Steam ili za...
Mislim da, ili ali ima ga na Epiku, ne znam, ne bi rekao.
Što me pitaš za Epic?
Pa jedno vreme si piko na Epiku, brate, igrali smo zajedno na
Samo ona je Factoria i World War Z, da ga nisu stavili na Steam. Sad ga ne igram ni na Steamu, što se toga tiče.
Pa dobro, kaže, možda si video je vidio.
Šta reći, ne zaplakati. Ne znam.
Ma ima mnogo igara. Zato ti kažem, ne mogu da se... Malo vremena, mnogo igara i zato bi meni, lično meni, najbolje bila pretplata vreća. Oba sveta. Hoću Indijanu igram, hoću... Šta ima, brate, da se bira i doviđenja, neću kupujem ništa, ja kurac.
Whispers of blood.
Jao, sad oko 10 moram i na groblje da idem, jao. Idem to da otkačim, što se kaže, prepodne i to je to.
Kecmana sam jedva privolao da igramo botove, znaš, robote.
Aha.
On isto bube level 3. Pa je rekao, ako igraš već level 3 nešto, da farmaš super kredite, rekao igre botove. To je bilo juče, još nismo završili ono. I on kao, ajde. To je bilo u 1 sat, sam ušao bio kod njega u lobi. Do 1:15-16, ono u zadnju sekundu.
Ja gledam čovjek na robotu, šta radi? Gledam onu trojku, vrate dotova, farmujem. I farmovanje isto, ja ne farmujem, sam najveći farmer od svih. Realno.
Ali ja mogu da se kladi, nemoj da mi kažeš da on nema sve DLC-e. To jest, da ima.
Ne znam, nisam ga pitao, ja
Ma ima bre, ima. Sve što je vredilo da se kupi, si kupio nevjerovatnije. Jer imaš onaj ljubičasti oklop što daje 125 armora i što daje explosion resistant.
Mislim da imaš.
Mislim da imaš, gledao sam te. Ili imaš medium gas armor?
Imam.
Ili imaš Jaguar armor, to ti je onaj komando armor. Jaguar medium žuti. Pa imaš onda sve što ti treba, sve ostalo nije ni važno. Ako hoćeš baš da guraš stil, uzmeš, kako se zove, onaj salamander, onaj vatrogasni, onaj armor što ja imam isto. Bolje od onoga azbestnog, onaj ružan, to zla boga. Ima onaj azbestni.
Moram da vidim, čekaj da vidim. Cosmetics and shape shift 20% off. Cosmetics.
Pa to ti je jedini dio svega što imaš u storu. To nikad.
Ja moram da skinem touch ili bacim jedan screenshot ovdje.
Screenshot si mi poslao, šta?
Evo ga, brate, u generali.
Odlično. E pa lepo. Koji je to napravio? Ti?
Ja.
Pa ti si neki pesnik.
Misliš ko je, pa nije, brate, ko je pucao ili ko je sliko, ne razumijem te sad. Ko je pucao?
Da.
Dexter je pucao.
A on? Lepo. To neka skripta za pucanje. Ovako, slobodan nišan.
Ne znam stvarno.
Pa kad kažem skripta, mislim da li je koristio nešto, znaš da mu ono recoil kontroliše, trzaj oružje ili... Možda i nije. Možda i nije, možda... Možda ovako.
Vidiš, salamandera nemam.
Da, Firefighter. Salamander ti je heavy fire resistant, ali nisam siguran da želiš da budeš toliko spor dok vatra gori oko tebe.
Jaguara imam, gorilu imam.
Jeste, imaš sve što je vredilo da se uzme
White
stort.
Wolf imam, nemam White Wolf, nemam, njega nemam.
On nije loš, ajde, to je 150 medium armor, jel tako?
White Wolf je 150 sa provides higher armor rate.
Je, to je medium. To je medium, imaš mobility kao medium, imaš 150 armor. Tako radi.
Ove clinical, to imam 3-4 vrste tih stanja.
I doktorskih imaš kao kusi pas.
Nemam drone master, recimo, to nemam.
O, taj je ružan. Ima 60 armora ima.
Nije, brate. Ima 100 armora.
Nije nek.
100 armora, gledam.
100 armora ima, drone master, da. Drone master, da. Moram da vidim što. Da ja znam, to je light. A, light. Možda grešim. Ako me znate me po tome.
Slušaj, uključujem se sad pa...
Okej.
Padam posle. Ajde. Ćao.
Ćao. Ma ovaj Neil Druckmann, taj što je pisao scenariju za igru. Njegova dobra prijateljica je iz onoga LGBT zajednice. I ona mu u fazonu rekla kao bilo bi dobro možda kad bi kao uključio nekoga kao iz te zajednice kao u priču. I onda on kao pa kao to ima smisla. I uzme i u prvom delu to nije bilo baš jasno koliko ja znam razgraničeno. I lika iz prvog dela stavi da je gej. To je glavni lik, ženski. Ona je bila kao side karakter, sporedni lik u prvom delu, u drugom delu je glavni. I uzme i promeni joj da bude ona kao gej i da ima ljubavni interes drugu devojku. I njih dve imaju dete sa trećim likom koji je opet neki sporedni šklje. On je kao, to je kao neki ljubavni trougao u igri. I usput budi rečeno, glavnog lika iz prvog dela zatuku odmah na početku drugog. Lika koji je zapravo bio cool, znači, koji je zapravo bio ono kamen priče u prvom delu. Ubio ga odmah u startu u drugom delu. I ostaje nam gej ženski karakter.
To je sjajno.
I imaš drugog protagonistu, to ti je drugi ženski lik, to ti je napucana feministkinja na steroidima. I šta da ti kažem? Na kraju igre imaš borbu između nabildovane feministkinje i između gej žene serijskog ubice koji ide okolo i ubija sve ostale pripadnike kao, da kažemo, te bande s kojom je ova druga, zato što su oni kao ubili njenog mentora. A njen mentor je pokasapio ljude u toj nekoj bolnici, razumeš, zato što su nju htjeli da, ne znam, izvrše obdukciju na njoj u fazonu. Da nađu taj lik. Ne mogu. Kao što se rekao Slavko, gameplay je okej, ali priče, brate, nemoj, molim te, ne mogu. Ne mogu tu gej, razumeš, propagandu što govoraju po medijima, povraća mi se to. Da bar ima smisla, razumeš. Jedino sa ukusom da je urađeno, to je bio onaj što si mi ti preporučio serijal, Fear Street. Gde film počinje tako što ona je trilogija onih filmova. Gde imaš, prvi deo je na fazonu onoga, čini mi se, Strave ulici Brestova, pa drugi ti je kao ono Petak 13. sa Jasonom i treći se dešava u prošlosti neki Lov na veštice. To su 3 filma ono veze na drugi. I glavni lik je ženska i njen ljubavni interes je druga ženska, ali kao što rekao, nije glavna odlika da je gej, već zapravo ima, razumeš, ono, razradili su oba lika, razumeš, on ima smisla njihova veza nekako, razumeš. Ova pokušava da zaštiti ovu.
Gledao sam sva 3 dela i zašto je sad 4.
I, ali kažem, to je jedini film u zadnje vreme koji sam gledao gde guraju tu gej propagandu, ali nije toliko da bode oči, već ono kao ima nekog ukusa, razumeš, nije totalno bljutavić da mi se povraća. I četvrti? To ono kao na Netflixu ili tako nešto?
Da. Možda i 2-3 prva dela su Netflixu.
Da, možda i pogledam. Ono što sam gledao bio...
Zove se...
Okej.
Da li mogu da ga napunim ili šta je? Aj čujem s posle.
Uzdravlje.
Looking a little hot-blooded. Cool you off.
Exiles, welcome to another episode of the Still Sane podcast. Today I am joined by the game director on Path of Exile 2 and Grinding Gear Games co-founder, Jonathan Rogers. First of all, man, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm great. Certainly, had a good sleep. I'm happy. I'm ready to roll. So should be okay.
Well, that's awesome to hear, and I'm glad you're not feeling tired today. You got some good rest last night. All right, kids and wife not keeping you up or anything. So I gotta ask, I'm curious. Right now, we have obviously patches coming out consistently for 0.20 for PoE 2. We have the return of Zana in Path of Exile 1. We have the League releasing on June 13th. What are the vibes right now, like at Grinding Gear Games, compared to, let's say, the launch of 0.20 Dawn of the Hunt? How you feeling?
I mean, I would say definitely things are definitely a lot happier than they were back then. But to be honest, it's kind of like the people who feel the pain are not like, when obviously, there's a lot of people who are unhappy, are not necessarily like most of the team, right? Because I mean, most of the team consists of, you've got artists and sound designers and everything like that. I mean, what they see is like, everyone in love with the stuff that they're making. So like in terms of I guess the people who people are mad at when people are mad are like the kind of core group of like 5 people who are kind of doing balance decisions. And so those are the people who kind of feel the pain. The rest of the team is kind of fine and chill, and it's all good, they're happy. But there's certainly a lot of excitement for how things are going. And I guess one of the nice things now is we kind of feel like we're finally getting our feet in terms of, being able to develop both games simultaneously. Like, we had a lot of trouble for a long time there, actually kind of balancing that. And it's like now we're finally kind of rolling, like, things are working out, like, I think we sort of found the way that we can make this sustainable. Like, I sort of hesitate to say that we're like quite at that point just yet, because like, we're still obviously in the early phases. But if we can be launching a PoE 1, expansion, and if we can also at the same time be, creating PoE 2 patches, I think that means we're kind of in a good place. There's always going to be some level of like mixing and kind of things that go on there, but I think that we're in a much better place than what we were before, and that means that we're sort of ready now to be like, okay, we're actually getting the way we're doing development in a better place. So I mean, just to sort of talk about this, I mean, I was going to say this at the start of the the live stream for PoE 1, but I suppose I might as well just say it now. So basically, like, in the past. Well, not in the distant past, we've always had like, the deadline is locked, the features are not, right? Like that's the way that that we want things to be. And the reason why you do that is because you can't lock both, right? You can't say this is the time and these are the features there will be, right? Because there's always development, things happen, right? Yeah. So effectively, if you want to lock the features, you can't lock the date, and if you want to lock the date, you can't lock the features. And so basically, we in the further go past, we're always locking dates, but then, like, as we sort of had PoE 2 in development, we started to get to a point where we were locking features instead, and I think honestly that kind of wasn't the best. It kind of means that you're in a situation where when dates aren't predictable, like players don't know what's going on, and also you can't communicate with the players about when things are going to happen, because we don't know, right? It's like, well, the feature has to happen, the huntress has to make it in. We don't know when it's going to be ready. We can't announce the date until the point when we know that that's happening, right? All I can do is give a vague estimate. So now, and I think this is going to be much healthier for PoE 1 as well, we're locking dates, we know when things are going to be, if something doesn't get done, we just won't put it in, we'll put it in the next one, So I think that's a much better way of doing development. So what that means is, we've got the PoE 1 release coming up, that's in June, and then, we'll have the PoE 2 release 2 months after that, so 4 months from one to the other, but then we know we're locking in already, like there'll be another PoE 1 release 4 months after the PoE 1 release that we have, right? That'll be locked in, and then we'll have another PoE 2 release 4 months after that in December, right? So we're basically saying we're doing 4 months, it's going to be consistent, it's going to always be the case. We don't want to have this kind of uncertainty around this anymore. And the other thing that locking dates does is it kind of does act as a forcing function of like, you actually do need to, to make sure you're actually shipping something. Yeah. So, that's kind of a very important element of that. So, effectively, like the change in development model there, like back to locking dates, I think is just going to be way, way better.
I think a lot of Path of Exile players are going to appreciate that. And man, you answered both of my follow-ups with that. People are very excited to hear 4 months leave. I do hear a little bit of an echo, Jonathan. I just want to point that out right now.
Okay, yeah. Maybe you need to go down a little.
Just because everybody's going to hear it just a little bit more.
Yeah, can you lower his volume down a little? Sweet. Yeah.
Good.
All good.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's extremely exciting. Like, people have been yearning for the 4-month cycles again instead of the, you know, the almost year-long. It didn't make it to the meme. Did you guys consider, like, just extending it, like, 1 more month, just for the meme?
No.
But the one... No?
No. Look, our priority has just been, like, no, we need to get a PoE 1 expansion out ASAP, right? Like, we really want to make sure we're getting it as soon as possible.
And you broke glass in case of emergency. You were like, all right, Zana, it's time for you to come back. All right, here we go, right? You knew everybody would love it, so. All right, well, that was the only Path of Exile one related to the question I had. Thanks so much for answering it right off the top. We'll get right into the Path of Exile 2 stuff. All that is super exciting, but Path of Exile 2, man, it's been out since December, okay? So we're at about 6 months at this point. I'm really curious about some of the stats around this. We obviously see numbers related to Steam, right? We almost hit 600,000 concurrents on Steam. I'm curious, though, because I'm one of the maybe dozens, correct me if I'm wrong, of people who play on the standalone, and then we obviously have the console audience as well. What has been like the numbers and reception on those platforms compared to Steam? Is it similar or much smaller?
It is smaller, but it's not that much smaller. So effectively, I think we had around, I think the concurrency for 010 was something like 890 or something like that, like by the time for all the people on that one, so that's kind of where you sort of ended up. Console's definitely smaller, you know, and I was actually talking about this recently because I was kind of wondering, like, why, you know, like, why, like, so console I think is now about, okay, well, there's another story behind this, but I think it's somewhere between 15 and 20. The answer to why we don't know the exact number is kind of another story, but that's a side note. But yeah, it's sort of between 15 to 20, and I think it could be larger. I sort of have a feeling that like console players are not as into early access as PC players are, so I think that could be an element. So we'll see about that. But yeah, effectively, we sort of had about like 890-ish, something like that around 010. And then for 020, I was kind of like, okay, you know, you're always going to get a first launch dip, like compared to the first launch, right? So like it was going to go down. So my estimate was that we were going to have is around 500,000 on launch concurrents, and we ended up getting about 485, so it was like pretty close to what I was expecting. So that was kind of, you know, like that was pretty much around what I was expecting. So like I was pretty happy with that. So that's kind of where we ended up with that stuff. Now, you know, obviously the numbers will be larger when we actually get a full release, and then, you know, there'll come a point where, like, you know, instead of shrinking each launch, it'll be growing each launch. It kind of like changes, you know, how these things work. Well, assuming we're doing a good job anyway. So, you know, that's sort of what I think will happen. But it'll be really interesting to see what happens with 030. I've got my predictions, but you know, we'll see how things work.
Okay, well, that's very cool. I'm curious. I am not able to like pay attention to a lot of the reception in the other realms, of course, because we have US, Europe, and, you know, Korea on one realm, and then we have the Chinese realms. How was the reception been like in China? It seems early, I think, over there too, yeah, right?
No, it actually didn't. So they're not out there yet. So there's a lot of people in China who are just playing on the international servers because, you know, they're just you know, they use a VPN or something like that. But actually, it's not actually officially out there yet. So you know, we're actually, it won't be too far away. I can't give you a date, not that it necessarily matters to you, let's say, but you know, for all the people in China, it obviously matters a lot. Yeah, but it is going to be coming. It's not too much further away. I'm actually going to be taking a trip to China in a few weeks. Going to chat to some of the players there, you know, and you know, have a chat. You know, so hopefully, you know, they'll be pretty interested to see. You know, when that
Right. Is it going to be paid like our version, or is it going to release directly?
Yeah, it'll be exactly the same. The price will be a bit different, you know, because different markets have different prices. But I thought, like, so I mean, it's funny because like Tencent were ultra keen for it to be free there because they're like, oh, like in China, people don't pay to play games. And I'm kind of like, look, it would be so unfair to the rest of the world if in China it was free and in the rest of the world it wasn't for this period. So basically I was like, okay, it just has to be it has to be pay to play. As I said, the pricing will vary.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, I had absolutely no idea. Okay, well, cool to learn. That'll be interesting to see what the reception is like over there. Okay, awesome note. Okay, here's another kind of statistical question for you. I'm really keen on all this. So recently, you guys have been sharing a bunch of stats to do with the game, such as volatile plants, which are totally 95% of my deaths, okay. But they're apparently 50% of all endgame deaths in the endgame, and then like 1/3 of maps are hitting grotto. I'm curious, what are there any other like surprising stats like that? And are you using these stats in some surprising ways? I'd be awesome. I'd love to learn some about that.
So we traditionally have actually not been a very data-driven company. Like, we're more about just play the game and see what it's like. But recently, we did actually get a data person. They're really, really great. You know, like they play PoE, so like, you know, they know what they're looking for. Because this was always the worry I had, like getting data people. It's like, oh, you know, they're not going to really know what they're doing and stuff. So, you know, this data person is really, really good. You know, yeah, so we're getting stats like this. Now, I have to say, like, we could be getting a lot more about that, but stuff like that volatile plants thing was ridiculous. But I don't think I've got anything else to really talk to you about right now. Like, if there's anything really surprising, we probably will make a post about it, because, yeah, that one was crazy. But it's like, honestly, I'm honestly shocked that we didn't look at that sooner. Like, it's kind of crazy that that we let that go on for as long as it did. Like, we checked, like, ages ago, like, back, you know, in 010 days, there were things that we checked, but, like, it was really only surprisingly recently they're like, hang on a second, what is actually killing people? Let's actually find that out. Because, yeah, so yeah, it seems silly that we wouldn't have looked at that, but yeah, when we saw that, it's like, geez, you know, something needs to change about that. So yeah, it's funny because like single things like that can have such an outsized impact on you know, how the game plays. Right. And you know, and sometimes players don't even necessarily realize it themselves. They might just kind of be like, oh, I'm dying all the time, and they don't even connect the dots to the fact that it's like the same kind of mechanics that are killing you. So I mean, I had heard, for example, through the grapevine, like a bunch of people had said to me, oh, you know, chaos resistance is the amount of chaos res you can get is too low. And I'm kind of like, okay, well, you know, I mean, it is supposed to be harder to get, like, there's various things like that. And it's like, okay, well, the actual problem isn't necessarily, I mean, maybe there still is a problem with that, but, like, the actual problem isn't necessarily that chaos res is too low. The problem is you've got this one frickin' mechanic that does chaos damage that's just, like, outsizedly killing people due to, you know, how powerful it is. So, right. You know. It started with volatile crystals, and then it was volatile plants. And you guys did make changes. I think it was in the 01 patch, 011. You gave it, like, an audio cue. I swear, it killed me more. I don't know what to say about it, but so I'm interested to see what changes are upcoming in 021 related to them. Right. Well, I mean, I want to. Now that we've kind of gotten like an easy way to check this stuff, like we'll probably just have a check again about what's killing people, and you know, like check on that a bit more regularly. Okay. Like we should be doing more of that stuff. It's just that, like, you know, what I always worry about with data stuff is like, okay, if you just if you go and just start looking at data without knowing what it is that you're looking for, sometimes you can kind of just like run into spurious things that just happen to have gone one way or the other. And it's like, if you look at enough data, you'll find weird outliers sometimes, that maybe those aren't actually important. Like sometimes they can just be outliers. So that's why I'm always a little bit hesitant. So I sort of like to always tell people, like, okay, you have to know before you check the numbers what number is going to make you make a decision about this, because like if you don't know that before you go in, then seeing the numbers shouldn't really be the thing that informs that. It should be that, like, okay, if it's above this, it's bad. If it's below that, it's okay, kind of thing. You know, like that should be the stuff you should be knowing before you actually check, because otherwise it can influence. You know, you can kind of like endlessly look at the stuff and it can drive you crazy. Right. So you know, yeah, that's kind of why I sort of view it that way. But yeah, you know, obviously here it was very important to see that, because that was good. I know you said you don't have anything curious to share now, but are there any other like vectors you're looking at for alarming things besides stuff that's killing players? Just anything else in the game? Well, the thing I'm doing a big data investigation for now, actually, is I need a better understanding. So, like, obviously there's got tons of people complaining about lag and disconnects and stuff like that. So I'm kind of like, we've actually just like a couple of days ago, I haven't even had a chance to check it yet, made like a new data dashboard for seeing basically by data center and ISP where the problems are. Because the problem is that if you look at things as an absolute rate, it's pretty minimal. But so what I suspected is like, oh, you know, if you're on this ISP, if you're at this particular data center, if you've got those kinds of things, like that's where you've got problems. So we need to start investigating those like individual cases and start kind of, you know, getting on ISP's cases and saying, hey, look, this router is constantly having the problem at this time, that kind of stuff. And so we need to start sort of getting into that kind of level of understanding. So we've started now, yeah, like breaking down, like when you log in, like we check which ISP you're with, we look at what data center you're connecting to, and then we're like recording basically on each like pair of those, like data center and ISP, like what the disconnection rate is. If there's some kind of spike, we can look into it. So we're just sort of starting now to get into that kind of level of thinking about that stuff. And so I'm hoping that with that, we should be able to improve some of that stuff soon. Since we're on it too, I was going to ask about this later.
is this related to the DDoS attacks and instability for European servers? Because I know a lot of people are still talking about that.
Right. So that's definitely has been a problem. We have been improving the situation with that by, like, you know, basically just working with the data centers and saying, hey, like, you know, what can you do? They've started adding a few extra things. I don't want to talk about too much about exactly what that is, because that obviously informs people to, like, you know, how to potentially get past it.
Right.
But yeah, we've been doing a little bit of that. But I wouldn't say that the DDoSing is like most of the problem anymore. Like they still happen, right? Like that they definitely happen. But I wouldn't say that's like most of the problem. So I'd say that there are other issues. I mean, yeah, as I said, they still happen, but it really is. I think it really is more down now to looking at individual routes, like, you know, like working with data centers to see, like, you know, what the pairing is like between these different networks and stuff like that. It kind of is like the devil's in the details of this stuff. And we previously didn't have as many data centers. When we started PoE2, we expanded into more data centers, you know, because we needed to, just for the scale that we were talking about. And you know, like the pairing for the other data centers, we worked for years with providers, like, you know, complaining about individual routes and doing individual things. And it's like, and so it kind of meant that got to a kind of stability. You know, just as we've gone to new data centers, there's just teething problems of like, okay, like these particular things aren't working well. So yeah, we just need to do that work again and go over it. Because honestly, it's been so long since we actually were needing to worry about that stuff that I think we got out of practice on it, and so it's just something we need to get better at, just like working with all those providers.
That's good to hear. Awesome. Okay, all right. This is a little bit of a spicy topic that I'd like to chat about. Okay, so all these patches for 0.2 have been great. They bring quality of life changes to the game, new content to the game with the chase items that we're going to talk about pretty soon. There's one aspect of the game that has not been touched in any of these subsequent patches, past like launch, and that's character balance. And I know you've talked to other people in the past about the reason you're not doing character balance is because people had a very strong reaction during that initial start of early access. I'm curious if your thoughts on that might be changing, or if maybe there's a little bit of a different approach you can take to insert some changes to skills or the passive tree or other stuff during these patches, since like reception seems to be, I think, a lot better than initial launch. What are your thoughts on that?
So if you're talking, there's two sides to this coin, right? There's the nerf and there's the buff.
Yes, exactly.
If you're talking about nerfs, you just can't do it, right? Like, you just actually can't. And the reason you can't, and it's like, even aside from whether or not people would be accepting of that, there is just this feeling you get when you go into a league and someone nerfed your build that you were playing already. You just feel like, my character is screwed. And like sure, you can respec, you can do these other things, but it still just has this feeling of like the game, just like, you know, you were standing on a chair and it just got knocked out from under you. And like, no matter, I think, what tools you give people for respecting, people just don't like sure, people can say, oh yeah, I guess I can respec, but like, it just isn't great. It just feels bad, you know, like it just is something that it isn't fun. Now, if you're talking about buffs, I actually am willing to do buffs mid-league. It is something we're willing to do. Now, the issue there is just literally the bandwidth for people who can do that kind of balance. Like, we really would need more of them in order to do character balance changes in the mid league. So effectively, the people who work on character balance are now working on PoE 1, right? There aren't many of them. There's really, I would say, 2 people who completely sight unseen can just make balance changes. There's a few more than that who can do it with like, you know, a lot of checking and so on. And it's like, you know, yeah, if those people are working on PoE 1, then we can't do like those kinds of easy things on PoE 2. So what that'll mean is, as soon as PoE 1 comes out, like, you know, the expansion, immediately we're going to start doing patches for PoE 2, like even mid-league for some of that balance stuff. So like, you're going to see in 0.2.2, you know, 0.2.3, you'll probably see like a bunch of like that kind of stuff happening, because at that point we can start doing it. So yeah, like that really is a problem. Honestly, if it is so hard to get someone to the point where they can do those kinds of things, it is like one of the hardest things. And I myself am not at the point where I can just make balance changes without someone checking it. Like, it's like I can balance things for the early game, but those like subtle late game things are like seriously crazy in terms of the amount of stuff you have to know and the amount of stuff you have to understand, like, in order to know what's really going to happen there. So it's like, and that's really tough. And the thing that is bad about that especially is that, like, I can get something to feel good, like in the, you know, the early game myself, but it's like if we're talking about like that later scaling stuff, like the stuff you need to really make it so that you've got good build variety and all that stuff, like that takes a lot of work. And I feel like we underestimated how much time that would take. But it's funny because looking back now, right, like the amount of years it took to actually get PoE1 into a really good place in this regard was a long time. Like it was a long time. Now, I don't think it will necessarily take us that long again. Like, I think we do, you know, there's some benefit of experience that we have. But it's certainly something where it's like, you know, to actually get a skill to the point of, you know, scaling into endgame correctly, it does take quite a lot of effort. And I think there was another sort of mistake as well we were making here is that, like, because in PoE1 the expectation was like every skill can be your primary skill. Yeah. It meant that we paid more attention when thinking about each skill of like, okay, how is this exactly going to become the only skill you're using at endgame? Which wasn't like completely technically true, but it was kind of like, you know, there were definitely like most skills were kind of designed like this is your skill, right? This is the one you use. With the comboing stuff, I feel like we actually lost sight of that a bit too much. Because the assumption kind of was as well, you're using all sorts of different skills, so you don't have to worry too much about whether this skill scales or that skill scales. But actually, I feel like that was actually a mistake. Because what it sort of meant was is that we had our eye off the ball a little bit of like, okay, how can this skill actually become good enough to be used in game? The reason why you're seeing all the build variety really is because of the fact that I don't think we put enough thought into that on an individual skill basis. So this is something we really want to fix. Like definitely, like we're gonna do some fixing for this during 0-2, like after PoE1's out. But a lot of it is going to come in 0-3. Like this is a major objective
boju barijere kad je
like fixing this problem, making sure that more stuff scales in endgame to make it endgame viable. And like that's something that I think that we didn't think about really enough during 0-2-0. Especially like that, and that I think was probably like a huge part of why the reception for that was. I mean, there were various reasons, right? But that was a thing I think that is like a major reason why 0-2-0 didn't land as well as it should have. So like that stuff there, it's like so basically we're just gonna be paying a lot more attention to that stuff, and like I've already got like various ideas. Like in some cases, it's gonna also have to involve skills. Like it might be that for some archetypes there just isn't currently a skill that really is like the in-game like level of scaling, the level of like AoE sort of clear stuff you need. Like some archetypes just don't have that, and so that's something that we need to fix by either changing radically how a skill works or adding new skills to make that happen. So that's kind of a real focus of that. And what I am now also saying, especially now with the new development model, like major data's fixed, the content is not. That might mean that the class we are planning on adding might not make it. Now, I think it will, but if it had to not make it in order to make it so that all of the rest of the classes we already have are good, then we will do that trade-off. And that is not the mindset we were in when we were coming up to 0-2-0. It's kind of like the class is the most important thing. You know, everything else is secondary, which I think in retrospect was the wrong way to look at things. Yeah. So now it's like the existing experience of the existing classes is the pinnacle thing. Everything else is like we will do it if we can, and obviously we have to still be adding lots of content, and there's the whole side of the company that makes, you know, new areas and you know, like new monsters and all that stuff, right? That's all sort of just going on. But in terms of like character work, right, the focus is more now on like make sure that the existing classes are good and make sure that experience is good than it is on make sure there is a new class. So you know, like that's a change, I would say, in how we look at things.
No, that sounds like a substantial change, especially with being okay with buffing things mid-league. That's not as soon as, you know, this cycle. Awesome. Right. I want to push question a little bit on the nerfing end, okay? So the buffs sound great with nerfs. Let's take pull out of the hat. Lightning Spear. Oh my god. Okay, so say Lightning Spear. I think a lot of people very quickly came to the either realization or the opinion that Lightning Spear was like the only viable skill in end game. They moved on very quickly. They started playing other games and just left. People who stayed discovered, okay, actually, Lightning Spear isn't the only viable thing. There's all this other stuff you can try out. But because it ran rampant through the community, like a lot of people just decided, okay, I play Lightning Spear, and there's no reason to even try anything else, and they quit.
Yep, you're right. It was really bad.
So I'm curious, do you think that outweighs the negatives of perhaps doing a mid-league nerf onto that while providing like a respec, saying, hey,
I understand. Look,
I'm just curious.
I'm with you in theory completely, right? I do understand it, but in practice, it just, we would not be getting any friends. Right? Like the people who you say leave because they're done, because they, you know, they did Lightning Spear and they were done, those same people would have been done instantly if we had nerfed it. Like, I really don't think that they would have moved on. And it's just one of those things that, like, it's just the reality of this is just so harsh in terms of, like, how that works.
So, for example, like, I think, like, was it the cast on crit change in Serial 1? Was that, like, evident in the, like, player graphs, essentially? Like, when you saw that happen?
Well, I mean, absolutely. Like, I mean, not even just graphs, just reactions and everything, right? Like, it is, that kind of stuff, it's really harsh. And look, nerfs are always going to be unpopular, but as I said, the mid-league nerf it is unfair to someone who is making the character. It really is. And it's like, I really do believe that no matter how much respecting and stuff that you allow, you know, it still is the case that people just feel really bad about it. So, yeah, it really sucks that kind of thing kind of, like, screwed with the meta a lot. But even though that happened, I would say that it's not like there weren't still problems. Like, there are more viable things than maybe players say, but then at the same time, there aren't enough viable things for what we want to deliver, right? So, you know, like, that's something that we just need to focus on anyway.
Well, bringing up the floor is going to be a great solution, and I'm pretty excited to see those after the 3.26 expansion comes out. Awesome. All right. So I want to stay on the topic of balance for a little bit, but we're gonna tighten it a little bit, the focus. So I want to talk about skill scaling in particular. So, for example, like Storm Mages as a skill, they're lightning based, but lightning elemental damage doesn't scale them, nor will projectile damage or anything related to like that archetype. It's just minion damage. Are you guys open to like adding more tags to some of these gems to allow for a little bit more diversity in how you scale some of these more niche skills? Or is there a reason that you guys are limited a little bit?
I actually am open to that particular case. Like, that particular case is one that I was actually advocating for, but there's like various pressures for various reasons in the studio about, like, you know, how things should work, like making things consistent and stuff like that. And there's also just like complexity of implementation and so on. Like, there's a lot of like all of that, those changes, because we have so many stats, they just end up taking a huge amount of time. And one of the things that's interesting is that, like, every stat that existed in PoE 1 is still in the PoE 2 code base. And in theory, a designer they don't want those stats to be broken, because like they might want to use them, right? And so what that means is that every single stat sort of like changing the way that thing works. It's like, not only are we supporting all the stats that currently exist in PoE 2, but every single stat that ever worked in PoE 1 is also getting maintained in this code base, because they're all still there. And so that means it's like the ability to change like one of these things, it actually takes longer than you might expect. But what it does mean is that we've got like a huge pile of stuff that, like, when we need something, it's like half the time it already exists, right? It's just right there. We just use it. But yeah, it just means that like there's a lot of stuff to do something like that. So we discussed this change about having, you know, like basically I mean, look, I remember it even came up because when we're like, okay, like when you're using SRS, a lot of people would consider that feels like a spell, right? You know, like, so therefore, you know, like in PoE, the way that you understand as a PoE player is, yeah, well, that's a minion, so of course it scales this way and all that, and that's fine, right? But like, if you're just a new player just turning up for the first time and you see that, you're probably expecting that your spell damage is going to increase the damage that thing does. Right. So, you know, like, it's stuff like that that kind of means that, like, you know, in some ways I would like to make these sorts of changes, but it is a bit of a fight sometimes about, like, you know, how that should work. And once again, as I said, it doesn't help that on the other side of that, there's the people saying, well, yeah, but changing this is going to take frickin' ages because we've got to change all these stats, right? So they've always got that on their side kind of as an extra part of the argument there. There's always the thing. So, but the thing is, like, so what you're saying there about changing that is one way we can potentially make some skills scale better. Like, it's an option that we have and one that I'm willing to explore, but like, as I said, I think that it isn't necessarily that one thing. It's sort of many different elements that we can do. Like, it can be changing functionality. It can just be like, you know, yeah, like just adding the ability for, well, yeah, just other elements of the skill that can make it allow it to scale with other stats that we already have, without necessarily changing how they work. But I mean, as I said, both ways can work, and I am totally open to it, for sure.
Awesome. Okay. Good to hear. And here's another one that I'm really curious about, because personally, going into PoE 2, I thought I was going to use weapon swaps so much, dude, and I ended up not using it. And I think one of the reasons why is because there's that weapon swap speed penalty that still exists in the game, and you guys are encouraging combo-based builds, but at the same time, it's a little discouraged. So I'm really curious, one, about your thoughts on either altering this or removing it entirely, because I do know that there's like 3 passives on the south side of the tree that lowers the amount of time, but that's it. There's no other way to kind of smooth that out.
What I wanted to do was to make it scale with attack speed, but as soon as we said that, we're like, okay, So like the theory was, it sounds so easy, right? You're like, okay, right. So whatever weapon you're switching to, you look at the attack speed of that because you want the local attack speed modifiers to work, right? Like that's the first thing. Is you can't just use global attack speed; it won't scale enough. It has to work with the weapon that you're actually swapping to. And so then you're like, okay, so sure, you look at the local attack speed mods of that weapon, and that should be able to make it work. But then it's like, okay, so what happens then when the thing you're swapping to is a staff? It doesn't have attack speed mods. It's like a different thing. It's like, okay, shit, what do we do now? There's like questions there. So effectively, like, there was all these kind of questions around this that kind of came up, and then we ended up not doing it. But it's still something to do because I agree that there's a problem. We have to make it so that I don't think we can remove it. And the reason why is because immediately would mean that something like anything that gives you sort of like mobility options that other weapons have. Would probably become a little bit too easy if it was just like literally zero swap time. Like you would just be raking all day, so that's kind of thing. So everything else would become, you know, and look, you could argue there's a problem with rake and whatever.
Is everybody already raking? No.
yeah, sure. But effectively, look, I agree with you that by the time you get to endgame speeds, you do need like something about that to change. And the way I think is to care about like attack speed and like something, we just need to work out exactly how that can work. And I do think that it is something that I want to try and address in 0.3 if we can. I just need to sort of see like exactly how it can work. But yeah, I agree. There's a problem, and we need to fix it. I will mention that like Mark's playing a build where he's using weapon swap, like like that's so he's kind of like it does work. Like he says like it could be better, but it's not like unviables from his perspective. But look, I think it just probably just needs to be faster with some kind of way of scaling attack speed.
Yeah, I think people use it. It just feels a little clunky, especially when you're in endgame and like you want to quickly swap between abilities.
Yeah. That's it. I'm pretty sure the speed will make a huge difference. That's the thing.
All right, a little extra question on weapon swap. So there was supposed to be a lock weapon tech coming in 0.2.
Yes.
Not in yet.
Still haven't done it yet. We will get there. We'll get there. I swear it should be in 0.3. It really should. Like hopefully we'll be getting one of those QOL videos not too long with that one in it.
Okay, cool.
It hasn't been finished.
Okay, and then staying on weapons just for one more moment. A lot of skills currently, well, like pretty much all skills are locked to a single weapon type. Are you guys open in the future to expanding that range of possibilities? I think like my friend Dreamcore, he used the example of being able to Falling Thunder using a mace and a quarterstaff. You know, it would like open up some cool tech and like unique item possibilities. And is that something you guys are ever looking to do, or are you firmly?
I don't think that I would want to do it like just as a kind of a base feature like that, because like a lot of the identity of the weapons is comes from that. Now what I do think is important is like, okay, if you want to do something with Falling Thunder, like ideally weapon swap is the way you achieve that. So if weapon swap isn't good, then that means that synergy isn't going to be good. So like that, I feel, is the way to solve that, is just make weapon swapping better. That being said, like I do think that you can make things possible using uniques, right? Like you can have a unique mace that lets you use quarterstaff. That might not necessarily be exactly that combo, but like what I'm saying is you can do stuff like that, and like more uniques is going to really be able to unlock those types of things. So that just comes down to like making more enable uniques that can do that kind of stuff. But I do think it's important to keep the identity of the different weapon classes, and yeah, it's the weapon swap where just making that better will make those cross-class things more viable.
I just heard the animators screaming from a few rooms away when you said they're going to allow that. Oh, God.
Well, thankfully, it's a lot easier to animate on the PoE 2 rigs, so it should be. But yeah, as I said, it really is more of a unique thing, I would say.
Okay, awesome. Well, that sounds cool. All right, so this is on progression and the Atlas skill trees. So presently, and this is I guess is more of a personal / casual dad gamer question for you. Sorry. Right now, it feels like there was a large time investment in to access not the entire trees, but just the initial like 2 points maybe, right? Yeah. To fight your 100%. First audience for the king and everything. And I'm wondering if you guys are okay with what the progression's at. And I know you guys have been constantly lowering the amount of time it takes by upping splinter counts, making things more common. So I'm wondering, do you think with the new updates you're going to be in a better position? And why do you think you were in this position in the first place? Like, did you just miscalculate how long it was going to take people to reach these things? Because it was a lot of time in.
Yeah. There's a few things. So one of them is that for sure, just miscalculating the amount of time, like definitely the case. But the other problem is that we don't have enough content in each of the kind of in-game league mechanics at the moment. Like, I mean, there was supposed to be more breach bosses than just one, right? And like we have the models, right? We've got stuff that we'll do. Like it will happen at some point, right? And it's like all of that stuff exists. It's just that like it isn't in yet, and so it's like what that sort of led to is a situation where you've got this big gulf in the middle of the progression of each of those leagues, right? Like there isn't kind of like you start Breach and it's cool when you start, and there's a kind of a big gulf, and then you get to the end of it. It's like there needs to be more of that middle stuff kind of in there to kind of like, you know, fill into, to give you points to kind of have more of that progression going on. And so it's like what I would say is like, to run with that example, it's like I wouldn't consider Breach to be finished, right? Like there is more stuff that needs to be there, but to make that a full thing, and that's what we need to be doing, expanding and automate that. So like, I mean, there is tons we would do, right? Like with that stuff. Like the onboarding of it's not good enough. Like there's just it's all the progression stuff around it. It's just not enough content, right? We just need more content. Now, unfortunately, I don't know. Like, I mean, we'll get more of it in 030, but I don't know that I would say it's fixed yet in 030. Like that is something that we will be continuing to add. Like it's one of the things that I think is up there in terms of the tiers of problems that we have, you know, for the end game. But like, I would say what I'm saying is like, I think we know what the problem is and we know how to fix it. It's just really the time to make all that content and like get all those bosses and get all that stuff done. So we're you know with each expansion we're chipping away at it, we're adding more stuff, and like that'll get better. But it will just take a little while to just get all of that in and sort of get it done. So yeah, I would just say, yeah, there's more content that we wanted to add to all of these than what was added, and then therefore that'll come in as we go.
So there'll be like different choke points essentially where you're going to hit these different tiers.
Yeah, I mean you get more of the stuff. You know, like I mean if you compare like Breach and PoE 1 to PoE 2, like there's just more stuff going on with it in terms of like the you know the different types of, there's like different types of Breach encounters and the different Breach bosses and stuff like that. Like there's just more going on. So like that's the kind of thing you need, and like that level of content is what you need to kind of make it good. So yeah.
Okay.
More stuff will happen. We'll get there. Like, you know, it'll happen. But it just takes a little while to get to that point.
Okay.
So you know, like yeah, as I said, might not in 030 we'll make improvements, but I think it's probably more like 040 where that'll really start to come together.
Okay. How do you feel about the dichotomy between something like Breach Splinters, which I'd argue is rather deterministic at this point, versus an audience with a king and accessing the ritual boss and needing to find it in a ritual and defer it? Like, do you guys like that there's differences there, or? I
mean, personally, I do. Like, I like it when content feels different as much as possible. Like, there was certainly discussion, like when we were talking about being able to make, you know, like have it be early. Because one of the things we wanted to make sure we're doing is that, like, you know, for the earlier difficulty levels, it's easier to get the audiences and so on. And so then we started talking about, oh, how are we going to do that for ritual? Maybe we need to add splinters to that. And I was kind of like, no, I don't really want to just have it so that every in-game pinnacle just works the same way. Like I like there to be feeling like there's differences in how they all work. So yeah, ideally we can sort of keep the flavor and different sort of ways of interacting with these things if we can.
Okay. I want to throw this in there. Who made the call to vacuum Breach Splinters? Was there anybody who just said, it's time, let's do it?
It was probably Mark, I would say. It wasn't me, but yes, probably Mark. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. That was a pretty cool change, I gotta say. Okay. This one has to do with monsters specifically, Jonathan, and it's something we chatted about in December, and I was really hyped about it. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So when we last talked, you spoke about how normal and magic monsters will be different compared to rare monsters, not only in terms of the random modifiers that spawn on them, but the fact that, let's say, a vulture demon that is rare will have an extra actual ability compared to a magic or common vulture demon. I've never noticed those in game. Are those still in game? And I'm just not noticing them.
I know what you mean. So it didn't actually happen as much as I had expected that to actually happen. So I think there's probably like 3 monsters or something like that ended up actually doing that, and like that was way less than what we expected. Like I know one of them is like the Death Knights have an extra ability and like a few things like that. But you know, yeah. So like there's stuff like that, but it's like it didn't actually happen as much as I want. It's one of those things where, like, if I had time, I would go and do a bunch of that stuff. And, like, we thought we were adding more of them than we actually ended up doing. So that's kind of what sort of ended up happening more is, like, more of the specific balance sort of happened, but less of the, you know, like, extra abilities happened. And that I think what the issue is that, so effectively, there's a lot less monsters that can be rare than can be, the monster set. Like a lot of monsters are just disabled from being rare because they don't make a good rare fight. And the intention to fix that is to make it so that when we have a monster where we say this can't be a rare because it's it doesn't have enough going on with it, that's where we wanted to add a new ability to make that happen. So it really is just more work to do that, but it's sort of hard to make that the thing that's more important than effectively resources got pulled off and put onto a bunch of other things. And so that's one of those things I really think I'd like going, but at the moment we just as I said, it's on 3 monsters and we need to do more later, I'd say.
All right, I thought I wasn't saying it, so I just wanted to confirm that. And I was also curious, there are some monsters that instill fear and horror into people when they play PoE 2. Is there any specific one monster that makes you clench up when you hear it or see it on screen? I mean, a lot of people hated those vultures that leapt 4 screens away. People hated those.
I mean, the funny thing in Endgame is it's probably the frickin' what do you call them? Quill crabs are probably the thing that's the most.
Or the serpents.
But it's funny. The answer is so different in Endgame versus not. In the campaign, my favorite monster is the Eternal Knight. I really love that thing. It's just one of my favorite monsters, just because I like how the counterplay you have to do with it and that kind of stuff. But in Endgame, they just kind of end up dying. And it's doesn't really matter.
I think that was my first hardcore death. Was to the Eternal Knight.
Right. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right, before we get into actual Dawn of the Hunt specific stuff, 2 more questions about the general game. So one of them might be pretty quick. Originally, when you guys were pitching Path of Exile 2, the pitch was every zone is going to have a boss in it. Now, I know right now during early access, not every zone has a boss. All of them have cool encounters and the but not all of them have boss encounter. Is the plan still for every zone to have a big boss, or is it a little bit more dispersed throughout the campaign now?
I want that to happen. I don't know if it'll happen for release or not. So we have bosses for these, right? All of the areas in the game, we have a boss that's for that area. It's just that not all of them are finished, and it's about getting time to finish making them. So it's kind of certainly the promise of having 100 bosses will be 100% over delivered as far as getting once we get to release. As to whether or not every single area will have a boss at release, potentially not. Okay. But it's we do have all the bosses sitting there waiting to actually just get all the VFX and get all the stuff there. It's just we just have to get them done. So I eventually we will definitely get there because as I said, the bosses are just sitting there. We just need to freaking make them. We have models, we've got rigs, we've got all that stuff. It's just we don't have the animation finished and the VFX done and all the actual design work that needs to happen to actually make it good. As I said, still the plan. It's just that there might be other things that feel more important to us to do rather than add a boss to one particular random zone during the campaign.
That makes total sense. Excited to hear though that they're there. They're just waiting for balance. Okay, cool. All right. Before we get into the specific 0.20 and 0.21 balance and additions, I'm really curious. Obviously, you guys are getting a ton of critical feedback to the game, and Mark really likes bingo cards. What is the best place for us to put this feedback? Is it on your forums, on Reddit, in posts? How do you guys like to consume this best? Especially, you're talking about an elite cabal of balancers in the game. How do they like to read the feedback the best? What's the most productive, I guess,
well, the reason we like the bingo cards is because it forces someone to really consolidate what is the most important things. If they're going to make a bingo card, it's you can't just kind of go on a rant and have a billion different little things where you kind of don't know what's important. It's these are actually the things that you are saying are important to us, and so that's kind of the reason why I like that. Now, in terms of so we obviously have got our community team. They're reading all these different places. So I'm gonna get feedback, the overall sentiment of what people are complaining about the most from them, regardless of kind of where you post it. But in terms of what I like to consume myself, that's why we like the bingo cards. But also someone who makes a video essay on YouTube, that's the kind of thing where I can sort of listen and understand the there tend to be if they're a creator with a lot of views, I'm going to be paying attention to that stuff, right? So that stuff is another thing that I like to watch and understand. But as I said, in terms of just random people posting, it really doesn't matter where you post because our community team will pick it up and they'll get it and they'll find it and deliver it to us.
Okay, more bingo cards are coming your way. Sounds good.
Yep.
All right, so Dawn of the Hunt, Jonathan. I think we mentioned this a little bit earlier with disengage and rake, but the spear skills, people loved the mobility that they added to the game. A lot of people are using them on different builds or classes that aren't actually using the spear for damage and everything, right? With disengage especially. We saw, the race with Angermus and everybody else just disengaging through the campaign, right? I'm curious, seeing that people really like the mobility the spear has, is this making you guys consider perhaps adding more mobility skills to future weapons, to previous weapons, just to give people more tools to move throughout the game?
Well, I mean, it comes down to what's the feeling of the weapon supposed to be, right? In the case of the spear, you're talking about, you know, a dexterous melee weapon. Like the quarterstaff is not as agile, but it's still more agile compared to the mace. You know what I mean? Like, you know, once swords are in, they're going to be more agile than a mace, but potentially less agile than a spear. Like, you're just kind of wanting to get that feeling of, like, you know, of each weapon kind of has that feeling. So I mean, look, every weapon type should have some level of mobility, but like the spear really probably is about, you know, like I always want that to be the thing that has the maximum, you know, the maximum mobility. That's why it sort of feels like that. That's what makes it feel different.
Yeah, you guys achieved it. It's pretty darn mobile. I love Thunderous Leap. I'm also curious, just as a brief follow-up, have you guys ever considered more Blink-like spirit gems for dexterity and strength-based classes? Because obviously this is an intelligence gem. We'll get into attributes in just a moment.
Right.
They're sometimes a little tight. Have you guys thought about like a flavorful way to do Blinkish abilities on other archetypes?
If that happens, it's probably going to happen on the on the Dexant class that we haven't yet released. Like that's the one that would be in theme with that kind of ability. So yeah, that's kind of where you'll where you'll see that. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that one is a little way out still, but you know, like yeah, there's a lot of design stuff along those lines, I would say, for that class.
All right, little tidbits for Shadow enjoyers out there. All right. All right, so on from the mobility front to crafting systems in Dawn of the Hunt. So Dawn of the Hunt introduced a lot of different crafting systems or items to the game. Now, a lot of them are really cool. I'm curious, how do you feel, how much should an average player be engaging with them in endgame? So I'm not even talking about campaign, I'm talking, you're in the endgame, you're running maps. How often should I be touching something like the Recombinator?
Well, Recombinators are in particular like the one that I would say is the most kind of, you know, like it does take a certain level of person to use that, right? Like that is like a for you have to be a bit of a grinder to be able to use that system for sure. So like that one,
right?
I mean, I would say that one is sort of designed to be that way. Like, and it kind of has to be just due to the nature of works. And the funny thing about Recombinators, and I feel like I've said this before, even with the previous designs, that like it is really hard to make something with with that mechanic that isn't, that both feels like that it's worthwhile for a player while also not completely being ridiculous from the perspective of like making the item game too easy. And it's like it's really hard to get that into a place where you've kind of got like both of those two things. Like the benefit that recombination gives you compared to using other types of crafting methods is actually ridiculous, but yet it also feels completely like the chances are incredibly tiny to a player.
Yes.
So yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it always ends up like that. And we sort of had trouble with the recombination a few times. As to whether or not players should use it more, I mean, we sort of, the target was that people would be using it like once per expedition, and I guess I don't know if we've like completely succeeded at that.
Oh, okay.
So you know, yeah, like that's kind of one of those things. But yeah, that one I would say is definitely one of the harder ones. Like for the other ones, like we want a variety. Like some of them you should be using all the time, some of them you should be using much more rarely. You know, we're about to add a bunch of these new runes and things like that. You know, like those ones are kind of intended to be like, you know, like they're a thing you want to find, like they're rarer, like, you know, they're cool chase drops to find that. Those would be relatively rare, but you know, still way more common than what the current rarest shit is. So you know, because we had that problem, of course, you know, that we found out, and that one. You know, like, so effectively it should be a mix, in my opinion. We're kind of a little like want to really make sure though that you don't get to the point of like you get suddenly inundated with like too much all at once. So we just have to like balance that a little bit.
Okay, I'm curious about the socketable system, Jonathan. So right now you touched on a whole bunch of chase socketables are being added to the game, and right now many of the stuff in game are meant to solve simple problems, right? The rune system was pitched as kind of a replacement for Path of Exile once crafting bench, and with these new chase socketables being added to the game, it seems like that might be fading a little bit away. Is there going to be other ways to solve these simple problems that people have? in the future or imminently, or?
Well, I get so I guess the feeling that we have is like as you kind of get deeper into the end game, then you'll get to the point where the base items that you're getting, because they're getting better, are kind of able to solve your problems more, and so therefore you don't have as much need to rely on the runes to do that. Now, there'll be people who will argue that like they're still having to rely on them a lot for things like attribute requirements, and that's like another whole topic that we could talk about. You know, like that's a thing for sure. So it's kind of like, but the ideal we kind of want to strive for is like as you progress through the end game, your items are getting better. You no longer need, you know, like you might be a bit overcapped on res, you know, because you're getting the items are getting better. Therefore, you're like, okay, you're getting to the point now where you can say, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice this rune slot, and that's right around the time when you're getting these like rarer chaser and other socketables coming in. So that's kind of like the feeling that we sort of want to achieve. And so then by the time you're like ultra top tier, you're like, I'm not using, you know, I'm basically not using any attribute or resistance socketables. You know, I'm only using these like ultra chase like really things, or maybe it's like kind of, you know, 75, 25 or 25 on you know, just to fix that one resistance that's not quite right, like that kind of thing. That's kind of where we want to be as you kind of get through that progression, to kind of get that feeling of like another feeling of progress for the character.
Okay. On the resistance front too, we'll talk about attributes in a second, but resistances especially, I and many other players have found it almost, so when you find a new cool item and you want to replace it, but oh, it's going to replace an item that solves many of your resistances, right? It turns into this whole game of gear shuffling, and this is primarily, I think, an early end game thing, right? You don't have a lot of currency to trade with, or maybe you're playing SSF, and this basically ruins your character, and it causes you to need to reshuffle everything. Are you guys aware that is kind of like the PoE 1 like gem system, where the whole shuffling constantly had to occur, and that you have to juggle these defenses to maintain that base level of LE res? And you think there are any solutions that could be added to the game? I know in Path of Exile 1 there was like the harvest resistance swap on items. Maybe that could be like an omen that could be found.
So the harvest resistance swap. So I actually talked to Mark about this recently.
Okay.
And we were discussing about like whether or not we were happy with the harvest resistance swap, and like we were kind of like, the worry there is that it does make things a little bit too easy as far as the item game goes, like for sure. Like he was kind of like he sort of had the opinion that like, you know, like that's kind of like it's part of what like, yeah, it's sort of part of what sort of trivialized, like, you know, getting things exactly where you needed them to go. Like, he's kind of the opinion that was too powerful. We sort of talked for a while about this, and the issue that we were having is like, okay, so I'm like, okay, sure, so you could make something like that, but just make it really rare, right? And it's like, well, okay, but if it's rare, then you're not exactly solving your gear shuffling problem, because, like, you know, that you need to be doing that all the time. So it's kind of like we're in a bit of a hard place. So I actually don't really have an answer to how, like, we can improve this without kind of like compromising the item system, what we would consider to be too much of a way. You know, like, so this is I guess this is a potential concern. Now, the runes in theory kind of do address that, because it's like you can temporarily kind of like use them, but then the concern is, okay, and like we've already sort of thought about this, but we kind of like are sort of probably just okay with it for the time being. Like, obviously the concern is, and this is the thing Mark brought up, is like, okay, you can't take a socketable out. These chase runes, if you can't do that, it does mean that you're going to be like, okay, I'm not going to use it until I know my gear is perfect, right? Like, you like there's this concern if they're chase. So we did sort of discuss whether or not we want to think about that. Now, we are just going to, for the time being, just leave it how it is. But like, there's definitely this concern of like, okay, if you've got a really chase socketable, you know, like you're going to save it for only an item that you know is perfect. And so yeah, we'll sort of see how that plays out. But you know, we'll have a look at that a little bit later.
Okay. I'm also curious on like the attribute front. It seems like right now, the introduction of spears, it became prevalent to me, and in 0-1 it wasn't as crazy. It seems like attribute requirements are super high for some items and even some gems. Are you guys aware that they might be, I don't even think it's that much. I think it's like maybe 10-15% too high. Are you guys looking into adjusting that at all? Or
So
are you okay where they
this
are?
is another one of those things that I kind of was thinking about. So I was kind of like, okay, I think what it comes down to is this. If you are playing a strength character, and should it be the case that you don't have to worry about attribute requirements for strength gear, or should you still sometimes run into something where you're like, okay, I need to allocate a bit more extra strength for this? Like, should this be the case or not? It's currently kind of balanced to a point where it's like, you know, like you have to occasionally care about attribute requirements.
Your mind is mine.
And what that means, of course, is that if you then want to splash and do something else from a different character, that's like relatively harder, right? And so I was sort of thinking about this, and I was like, I might be open to lowering it a little bit down for gems to kind of allow for more of that like thing. I wouldn't be much, I think, like, you know, because I don't want to make it completely like, I feel like in PoE 1 it was kind of most case the attribute requirements were pretty irrelevant for a lot of things. Like, it mattered a little bit, but like not very much, you know. Like, I don't think it mattered a lot, and so we did want to kind of make sure that attributes mattered more. But it's possible we overshot a little bit for the gems. I think for the gear, it's okay. I don't think that we've got like a huge problem there necessarily, although there are maybe a few cases where like people would argue that it's not right. I could definitely see the argument for gems coming down a little bit. It's one of those things that I want to definitely have another look at, because it's something that we can definitely sort of think about changing for sure. Okay. The main thing is just making sure that people can run builds, but on some level there is intended to be an optimization problem, right? It's like, okay, you got to be thinking like, okay, if I want to do this and use an off-class thing, it's like now I'm making a sacrifice somewhere else. Like having to allocate the attributes is what prevents you from making a build that's just literally the best thing from every class on one build. Like, that would be an ultra dominant. Like, the attributes are the only thing really preventing that from being the case. So especially you know, with more of the combo stuff going on, we just have to be a little bit careful about that. So you know, like that's really the sort of the only control level we have around that. So yeah.
Okay. Now yeah, especially on spears. Spears, I feel like those, like, because they encourage you to go in like sometimes all 3 attributes or 2 certain attributes, and it gets a little tough. That's just what I experienced. So maybe a little bit on that front, but...
Is there a tri-attribute spear?
I believe that... Maybe I'm crazy. Chat's probably going insane if I'm wrong. I thought there was. I might be wrong. But I remember I was just struggling on 02 or 010. Right. I was not. And it was rough. It was rough in 020.
Right, okay. Understood.
Okay. So here's another curious one that I've seen a lot of debate about.
of my ropes. Ne.
Don't let the Zeke near the gates. Incoming! Let's show them who's boss!
Yeah. Fine. Mhm.
Super Earth. Our...
To znam. Ovo će biti interesantno. Već nismo izgubili. Da, ovo je loš, ja, majko. Eto imamo dva grada, a? Šta u Oslu?
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Dobro.
Orbit synchronized.
Ja vas zvao, a vi kako hoćete. Tako tome.
Steel Vi. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, Mr. Stealthy, welcome. What's up? How was your day?
Launch initiated.
Who is playing Helldivers 2? Oh.
Show no mercy. Let the blood of tyrants fill these streets.
Sending down equipment package. Deploying sentry.
Deploying SOS beacon.
Deploying sentry.
Dropping a pin.
You must not allow our civilians to perish.
Follow me. Follow me. Hold the
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Objective complete.
Reloading!
Don't kill the...
Left light for Super Earth!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver. Outpost cleared.
Freedom never sleeps!
Go, go, go.
New man! Calling down a sentry! Calling down a sentry!
Nice.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Joining the fray. Calling in reinforcements! Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry! Calling down supplies! Orbital inbound! Requesting advanced weaponry! Have a taste of democracy!
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver. Objective near your position.
Reinforcing! Tagging map. South. 50 meters. Calling down a sentry! Calling in reinforcements! Reinforcing!
Outpost destroyed.
Thank you. Dropping a pin. North. 100 meters. Requesting sentry. Requesting tap map. Requesting sentry. Get some! Get some! Tagging map.
Our
North.
citizens
100 meters.
depend on you for their safety.
Calling in reinforcements! We've got equipment. Requesting
Yeah,
air
get him,
support.
man.
Supplies.
Supplies up. right. Did you not see the Tesla coil left?
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Watch for the Tesla.
Ready to liberate. Say hello to democracy!
Calling in a hell bomb.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 300 meters.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Thank you.
Southwest.
Reloading for prosperity.
Well, that was busted.
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Illuminate. Northwest.
Nice. Watch for Leviathan.
Dropping a pin. West. Far. Calling in reinforcements.
Reporting to... Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry!
100 meters.
Calling down a sentry! Calling down a support weapon! Throwing supply beacon! Requesting sentry!
Motherfucker.
Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters. Requesting orbital! Tagging location. Southeast. Illuminate. South. Illuminate. South.
He's going back. Fucking hell.
Reporting to the front.
Outpost cleared.
Reinforcing! Requesting advanced weaponry!
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Got a sample. Marking location. West.
On my way. Engaging. I'll take it.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Sample collected. Eliminated northeast. Calling down a sentry.
Please, no.
Eliminated southeast. Requesting sentry.
Terminal. Ready.
Calling down supply.
180.
That's called democracy. Want it.
Liberty dispensed.
Thank you. Dropping a pin, northwest, 300 meters.
Move it, move it, move it.
Calling in
Reinforcement budget
reinforcement.
depleted.
Yeah, don't fall in there. You'll die.
Ready to liberate.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Jack pack inbound.
Objective nearby.
Requesting sentry. Calling.
Sending down sentry.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Calling down a vehicle. Throwing supply beacon. Marking location, northwest. Illuminate, north.
Alizia Dam. Welcome to my channel.
Requesting.
Don't burn out blue.
You've done your duty. You may extract
Nice.
with honor.
Tagging map, northeast, 300 meters. Requesting advanced weaponry! Requesting backpack!
Leviathan is gonna snipe us if we don't move ASAP.
Thank you.
Okay, flip us, son of a bitch, flip us. No, no it's not. Catastrophe. Sorry, Green.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Yeah, watch for the planes.
Calling down a sentry. Thank you.
There goes civilians.
How'd you like to taste of freedom? Mission at 20 minutes remaining. Tagging location. Zip line.
Yeah, that's a fucking Tesla. Yep. Never peek out of the car. The gunner might kill you. Oh, plane.
Follow me. Additional reinforcement funding approved. To the sky. Call it. Reinforcing.
Yeah, don't try to pick this up, you'll die.
Get equipment.
Don't touch that.
Follow me. Dropping item. Calling in extraction. Calling down a support weapon. Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Hold position.
Sending down sentry.
Motherfucker.
Requesting sentry. ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
They're live times we're in our
Have a taste of democracy!
Oh god. That's terrible. Hold the evac. I'm gonna go north.
Say hello to democracy! Dropping a pin, northwest.
Stay there.
200 meters.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Call reinforcement as soon as possible.
Additional reinforcement funding approved. ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting sentry!
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Calling down a support weapon! Falcon 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Falcon 1 preparing for touchdown.
If you can leave. I'm gone.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
There is but one sentence commensurate with the crime of treason.
Shoot! Shoot them! Shoot them, motherfuckers!
Mag's empty.
Careful, Lou, careful.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Reinforcing! Calling down supply. Calling in orbital strike. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Plane, behind you. Good. Good, the sniper.
Sweet liberty, my arm! 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You leave a more free city than you found.
Free of life.
Out. So, movement speed in Path of Exile 2. We're not even going to talk about boots, Jonathan. I just want to talk about the baseline movement speed, and not compared to monsters or anything, just the overall movement speed of a character. And the monsters too. A lot of people feel like it's too slow. And like a way people did is, when you get Hare's Foot, that boon in Trial of the Secama, it's like 30% increased movement speed. People are like, oh, that's where we should be, right? How do you feel about it maybe being a bit too slow? Do you think it's fine where it is?
Priority alert. The Fourth Union System.
Well, as far as I know, and I could be wrong about this, but as far as I know, the baseline movement speed in PoE 1 and 2 is the same. Like, I don't believe it is actually different. The difference is in, like, the things you're doing, right? Like the skills that allow you to move all the time and all that stuff, right? As far as I'm aware. Now, as far as movement speed is concerned in general, I don't want to spoil anything, but like we are working on things around this for 030. We do have ideas for what we want to do. I don't want to break the combat system. Like if we just buffed movement speed for the player, like the baseline, it would break the combat system in a lot of ways. Like we'd have to do a lot of stuff. There's like animations. It would be a huge deal.
Yeah.
But we have some ideas. You know, but we'll talk about those a little bit. Like just probably 030 announcement. I would say as well we'll be talking about that. But yeah, we've got some ideas. Like I think that there is something we can improve here that will be the best of both worlds of still having combat mattering while still, you know, like being something that can help players with this concern. So like there's stuff that we can do.
So maybe
yeah,
something
I guess
that's
I wouldn't
like a little
really
bursty, right? It's not maybe tied to gear. It's just every so often you get a little dopamine rush.
So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see about stuff like that.
Okay.
So yeah, I definitely understand the problem, right? Like so in terms of tier 1 issues that we have that we want to address in 030, this is in the list, right? Like this problem that people have. Like you know, like I mean, we've got our list of tier 1 issues that we're like we can't release 030 without. You know, like even though I said we weren't locking features, I mean some of these things we're like, here's the tier 1 issues we. This is one. This movement speed concern that people have is a concern. But as I said, I just don't want to ruin the combat system too mumuch, so that's why we have to be a bit careful.
Okay, no, that's fair. Completely swapping gears, Jonathan. You guys added a pretty cool item in 020 in Grand Project Precursor Tablet. And it allows you, if you use it in a tower, it allows you to go into any map node or in the radius of that tower. A very interesting person brought up the fact, oh, maybe this is a little bit of an experiment to bring this as a core ability to towers. It makes Atlas traversal so much smoother. You know, we can get to cool destinations faster, skip around to the maps we'd like to play. Is there any chance in your mind that this would go core?
I don't think that I want something like. I don't think I'd want that to be core to towers, but like, I guess if you're saying things like that, it sort of implies that you're not finding the things you want to find easily enough, which is the thing that I'd be looking to address with a concern like that. So that's kind of that's kind of how I'd see that. Like I said, if you feel like that's necessary, it's probably because there's something wrong with the way that the you know, like the amount of stuff you're finding. So there's definitely something that we need to address there. Like there are some concerns around the stuff for sure. I mean, one thing that we just actually I don't know whether it was deployed or not. Maybe it might be in 021 actually. Because like right now there's this like thing where there's a horrible imbalance of what maps like some maps are way more common than others. You know, and this is something that we have a fix for. I said I wasn't sure whether or not it went out in a point release or whether or not it's a 021. I think it's in 021.
I think it's coming in 021.
Yeah. I think it's in 021. So you know, we're effectively making it so that like the maps are much more even. So like you won't see nearly as many like.
Calling down a sentry. Sending down an equipment package. Calling down support weapons. Calling down a throwing supply beacon. Tagging map. Northeast. 100 meters. Requesting vehicle. Dropping a pin. Northeast. 200 meters. Illuminate. Northeast. Calling down a sentry.
Incoming planes, guys, watch it. Our planes.
Their lives were in our
Support weapon.
Follow me! Tagging location, northeast. Marking location, northeast. Cancel that.
lot of them.
Calling in reinforcements!
Joining the fray. Calling down it. Requesting sentry. Tagging map, northwest, 100 meters. Orbital inbound. Illuminate, north.
Calling down a support weapon! Calling in reinforcements!
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reporting to the... Calling down a sentry. Dropping a pin, northwest, 300 meters. East. Reinforcing! Tagging map, north, 200 meters.
We're losing this. Yeah, we're losing this. Definitely.
Requesting orbital strike!
Need a car
Calling in reinforcements!
or a walker or anything.
Allow our civilians to perish. Calling in reinforcements!
My life for Super Earth!
Go.
Marking location, cancel that. Calling down a sentry! Marking location, north.
Dropping
Eliminate.
east, 200 meters.
Weaponry! Injury? What injury?
Sending in an eagle!
Affirmative. Dropping a pin, east, 100 meters.
Illuminate east. Attack back, inbound!
Illuminate, northeast.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Requesting orbital!
Our plane killed me. Nice.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Injury? What injury? Reinforcing!
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 50 meters.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry!
Tagging location. Southeast. Illuminate. Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Tagging map, south.
Tagging map. South. 100 meters.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Requesting sentry.
Pulling down a vehicle!
Follow me.
Thank you.
Requesting orbital. Orbital inbound. Requesting air support.
New mag! Follow me! Illuminate, southwest.
Engaging. I'll take it.
Illuminate, southwest.
You have been a stalwart line of freedom. Extract when ready.
Dropping a pin, north, 100 meters.
Shuttle inbound.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Pelican 1 awaiting Helldivers. Please enter the extraction radius.
Calling in reinforcements!
Nice, that's an eagle. I saw it.
Marking extraction point.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Calling down a sentry! Sending in an eagle! Requesting sentry!
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You will forever be remembered as heroes of this metropolis.
friendly fire incidents is the sort of statistical anomaly I welcome.
One more. Here is a problem. I cannot see the third one. Hello?
For the time in 100 years, undemocratic forces besmirch the face of Super Earth itself. Our hallowed halls befouled, our storied pinions soiled upon the ground, desecrations most profane, indignities most foul.
Coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Allied destroyer has left squadron. Orbit synchronized.
Joke is on them. Arrowhead is from Sweden, from what I remember. They probably don't want us to win. Recoilless, recoilless, no, recoilless, recoilless, and 9, 2, not the Gatling.
Launch initiated.
like to tagging map. Northeast,
freedom!
100 meters.
Liberty, save me!
Sub-objective near your location.
Follow me. Tagging location. Follow. Hold position. Thank you.
Son of a bitches. Sit there. I hear a fucking whale. Come here. Let me try this. Yeah, it works as I expected. Terrible. Terrible.
Sending in an eagle! You must not allow our civilians to perish.
Sample collected.
I hear a whale, but
Follow me.
Calling down a sentry!
the fuck is it?
Making progress.
Thank you. Dropping a pin. West. 300 meters.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Reinforcing.
Not working as intended. What a shit.
Supplies.
Follow me!
Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters.
Okay. No super samples.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Requesting orbital!
got zapped by Tesla.
Requesting sentry. You man. Reloading.
What the fuck exploded?
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
I don't know. Above you. Did that help? Help me, step diver, I'm stuck. Unstuck. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Reloading. Illuminate north. North. AK reload.
One shot.
Reinforcing. Support weapon.
Your gear is safe, so.
Okay.
Run!
Tagging map. Northwest. 300 meters. Calling.
Sending down equipment package.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Clyde. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting orbital.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Supplies. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting backpack. Reloading. Calling down a sentry. Yeah. Reinforcing. I'm sorry.
Like, it could be me also. Oh, stop! Stop it! Stop it!
Requesting sentry.
Basic training.
Reloading. Illuminate northwest. Illuminate northeast.
Go, go, go. Uh-oh. Planes, watch it. Bullet samples? Yes.
Rare sample.
Or rather, this is fucking Eagle Strike.
support weapon. Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Requesting sentry. Reloading. Illuminate south.
Sub-objective nearby.
Team reload required. Throwing
Their
supply.
lines were in ours.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I don't know, maybe it's effective. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, about those codes.
I'm on. Calling down a sentry. Got a sample. I'm on it. Crossing sentry. I'm on it.
Why did I help them with the DSS infiltration? Getting pummeled by planes.
Reloading. Illuminate southwest. Illuminate southwest.
Mission progress logged.
Illuminate southwest. Get.
Run!
Dropping a pin. East 300 meters.
No!
I'm sorry.
What the fuck?
Calling down a sentry. Orbital inbound.
Dropping a pin. 200 meters.
Calling down a sentry.
Near your position.
Reloading. Illuminate east. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling.
Ooh.
Illuminate north. Calling down a support weapon. Calling down supplies. Requesting vehicle. Calling down a sentry.
I hope I kill it with somebody.
Calling in reinforcements. I'm on it.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Democracy has landed. Tac inbound. Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced sentry. Calling down a sentry. I'm on it. Calling down a vehicle. I got the terminal. I'm on it.
This is bug.
Engaging terminal.
No, this is bug. You can't do it. I read it on like a page. It says not working.
Requesting sentry. Follow me.
Come, soldiers.
Engaging terminal. Requesting advance. Support weapon. Hold position. Marking location. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Illuminate northeast. Requesting orbital. Engaging terminal. Illuminate northeast. Reload. I need a team reload! Throwing supply beacon! Engaging sending in an eagle! Heavy, west, close. I got the terminal. Requesting orbital.
Nice laser bot, nice.
Pulling in.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
close. Injury? What injury? Requesting sentry.
Freedom has prevailed. Now head to the extraction point.
Calling down a sentry.
Can't kill a live, guys. You wanna shoot it? I'm gonna track it.
I'm on it. Freedom forever. Freedom never sleeps.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Feels good. Follow me. Calling down supplies. Hold position. I'm on it.
So where is Whale? Sit.
I'm on it.
Lowering. Spinning.
I'm on it.
Shoot.
I'm on it.
That's fire. Try again. Hit the elevation. Yeah, elevation. Shoot. Nice!
Thank you.
What?
I'm on it. I got the terminal.
Up. Eat it.
Thank you. I'm on it.
Up. Okay, nice. One more. Run, bitch, run. Run. Nice. Now we can exit that thing.
Tagging map. North. 200 meters. Follow me. I'd like to take all freedom. Follow me. Illuminate, northwest.
What the fuck here?
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Throwing supply beacon. Requesting sentry. Pulling down support weapon. Requesting sentry. Hold position. Requesting vehicle. Calling down a sentry. Hold position.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a vehicle. Illuminate, south.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Watch out for us!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Calling down a sentry. Illuminate, south. Requesting tac-tac.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Calling down a sentry. Orbital inbound. Reloading. Mag's empty. Marking extraction.
Well,
Calling in
there goes
reinforcements.
Pelican. No, no, no.
I'm sorry. Requesting sentry.
Oh, wait. Look, he's dead. Yeehaw!
Calling down supplies. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Supplies.
Samples.
My life for super. Follow me.
Six soldiers.
Requesting sentry. Tagging location. South. Illuminate.
No.
Negative.
No, no. Maybe. Maybe.
Illuminate, south. Reloading!
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Reinforcing! Illuminate, southwest. I'll take it.
Countdown initiated. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
This city will soon be a shining beacon of freedom once more.
No.
Welcome of lots of enemies killed, lots of samples collected. That's a good mission in my book.
Allied destroyer has left squad.
Okay.